up. Yeah. Oh, it's a low starting count. You know what that means. Historically, at least. Things always, yes, shit show. Things always get fucking insane with a low start count. Oh, they seething. Yeah, they are, Cat. They are apparently right now. Apparently the tankies are out in force. Let's bait some tankies. See what that does. So I had a doctor's appointment today. I had a boy, Kaiser. I respect it. I had a doctor's appointment today. Now I have to get an fucking endocrinology. I have to get an he gave me an endo referral. So now I have to see an endocrinologist and fucking get that guy to tell my GP to fucking prescribe the testosterone at the levels that, you know, bad blood work. Oops, wrong stream. That I want them to. I straight up told him though. I said, look, if y'all don't make this happen, I'm going to make this happen myself. So it is what it is. Like, either you help me with this or you get the fuck out of my way. Been nauseated all day. Oh, Cassie, you got any weed? I mean, that's something I would throw some weed at. So, we should have a Uyghur appreciation stream and just act about enthusiastic about the Uyghur language, history, and food. You know what? I don't know shit about the Uyghurs. Like, you know what? You guys want to? Let's do this together. Right? I just changed the stream title to Uyghur Appreciation Stream. So, damn, I want to work console. They're shitting on anarchists at the moment. Really? Oh, well, next time fucking Lady Raincloud fucking takes down his stream, I'll be sure to not give a shit about it. All right. Let's find some shit out here. All right, let's start with food. All right. All right. Well, I you know, fucking language is great and all, Cat, but we'll start with food. All right. So, because of the Muslim population, the food is predominantly halal. Signature ingredients include roasted mutton, kebabs, roasted fish, and rice. Let's see. Let me, sorry guys, but I'm gonna get you off stream. There we go. Hey Puka. We're doing a Uyghur appreciation stream just to see if we can't poke at the fucking tankies a little bit. Ethnic groups in Xinjiang generally have different cooking and eating methods. Han people in Xinjiang use chopsticks, while Kazakhs eat with their hands. Ceremonial foods for certain groups include horse milk. Yeah, definitely that's the Mongolian influence there. Oh, Jesus. Kurzit? We've been silenced by the fake CIA anarchist. Feels bad, man. I mean, I'll let you guys on screen, but it just fucks everything up. Dishes of the Donjiangs are prominent in the Xinjiang style restaurants. Signature Donjiang dishes include noodles boiled in a thick mutton soup, steamed twisted rolls. Uyghurs form a large part. Let's see. Uyghur food is characterized by mutton, beef, camel, solely Bactrian. So that one. All right. Mongolian camel. Chicken, goose, carrots, tomatoes, onions, peppers, eggplant, celery, various dairy foods, and fruit. A Uyghur-style breakfast is tea with home-baked bread, smetana. It's a dairy product. It's a sour cream of Central and Eastern Europe. Okay. Olives, honey, raisins, and almonds. They like to treat guests with tea, naan, and fruit before the main dishes are ready. Most Uyghur foods are eaten with chopsticks, a custom that was adopted from the Han Chinese culture in the 19th century. That sounds like cultural appropriation. Kyrgyz. Many Uyghur dishes are also found among other ethnic groups in Central Asia. Their food shows Han Chinese influence. They introduced vegetables into the diet. The vegetables end up as loan words. Prestigious meals at an urban Uyghur life event, such as a wedding banquet, typically feature food cooked by Han techniques like sosei or stir-fry. Chinese dining etiquette is also followed. So noodle, common Uyghur dishes, lagman. A noodle dish thought to have originated from the Chinese lamian. It's noted that the words begin with L are not native to Turkic, therefore it's possibly a loanword from Chinese. Flavor and preparation, though, are distinctively Uyghur. It's a special type of handmade noodle made from flour, water, and salt. The dough is divided into small balls and then stretched by hand. The noodles are boiled until soft and served with stir-fried meat, vegetables. So let's... maybe cat. Yeah, colonialism or imperialism. All right. Rice, another Uyghur dish is polu. Let's see. Oh, so it's a pilaf. Yeah, Xinjiang take on pilaf. Carrots and mutton or chicken, first fried with oil, oil with onion, then rice and water added, and the whole dish is steamed. Raisins and dried apricots may also be added. Bread is naan, sesame seed, butter, milk, vegetable oil, salt, and sugar. All right, so let's look at it. Oh yeah, this is not your typical naan, like Indian naan. This is something else. This naan, maybe. This is something else entirely. Let's see. And then samsa, of course, everybody's got there. Everybody's got one. Everybody's got their sort of turnover. It's a it's a samosa. It's a turnover. So they've got the samsa, which is also a turnover. Let's see, the utaza. It's a steamed multi-layer bread. No pictures. Ooh, wait. Shorpa, lamb soup. Sopapillas. And okay, so that's the same. What are you? Okay, so that's just a tandoor, but a different type. So koala pilar. Nice, fucking kebabs. Cat, give it a few years and we may have a few of them here. That's solid too. Popular dish, but not of Uyghur origin. Okay. Spices: cumin, red pepper flakes, salt, black pepper, sultanas, raisins, and the fat of meat are used for flavoring dishes. Let's see, what do they drink? Chinese black tea, kvass, grapes are used for wine. Okay. All right. So they do the same sort of baklava, sort of Middle Eastern sort of thing. All right, let's look at some photos here. I mean, that's a solid plate of food. Not bad. Oh, see, I like that preparation. I like the separating of the noodles and the topping. That... Dude, that looks fucking delicious. That looks delicious. I wonder what their spice levels are like. Nice. A nice spread. Yeah, there's no way that's not fucking mutton over here. This over here has got to be mutton. I see, that's what I'm thinking, Patronum. I know Karina and Kat went the other direction on that one. I'm thinking it's probably fucking like lower than Indian. It just feels that way for some reason. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine, Ramsey, that's definitely like Silk Road fucking inspiration. Yeah, there's that fucking stacked bread again. Hey, Marcus. The Middle East and North Africa, great food, great people, shame about, well, you know. Thank you for the resub, Marcus. Yeah, these guys don't seem to give a shit about the sweet spices, which I think I may like this. I think Uyghur food may be superior to Indian food for my palate. Yeah. It's more, yeah, I'm more savory than sweet as well, Patronum. Like, I can't stand sweet spices in my fucking meat. Yeah, standard kebab fare. That one's in Adelaide, South Africa. See, this is what I'm telling you, Kat. Like, you did just, there's a single Uyghur restaurant in Massachusetts. All right, well, hang on. Cat, there's a fucking Uyghur restaurant in LA. It's called Dolan's. It's got a 4.6 fucking rating out of 5. And there's literally a Uyghur restaurant in your backyard, Cat. There's one up in the Bay Area. There's one in San Diego, and there's one in fucking East LA, basically. It's a little bit, I don't know, sort of, it's right by Monterey Park, Cat. and they got all the shit. Like here you fucking go. That's just a nice little mom and pop restaurant. Dude, Kat, you're gonna go to town on this place. Oh, wrong. That's where I wanted that. There we go. Meat on a stick is my favorite. Meat on a stick is difficult to do wrong, right? Marinate your meat, get your spices in line, and fucking throw it on fire. And shit works. Yeah, that... Let's see. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of fucking... Dude, there's a bunch of Uyghur restaurants. I'm just looking like, dude, there's like Uyghur restaurants in Virginia even. Meat plus flavor, plus some flavor rocks plus fire. Yep. All right, so let me just see how big this is. Where is this? Maryland, Alexandria. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's a bunch there. Who else has some? Massachusetts has some. Fucking New York has some. Is that right across the border? It's right across the border. Holy shit. Like Detroit basically has some as well. Yeah. Sweet. My sister's old enough to be forced by Republicans to be birthed at 9 months. Thank you, Swede. We're just fucking with tankies because the tankies have been out in force today. So we're gonna see, like, we started really low in viewer count, which almost always means the stream is gonna get absolutely weird and fucked as time goes on. And so while we're at it, I'm fucking with tankies too. We're doing a little Uyghur appreciation shit. There's one in Houston, know where Bobby and I are going. Fuck yeah, Cassie. I just add "suck it tankies" to the fucking stream title. When we went to Chinese buffets when I was a kid, I'd eat 20 sticks of chicken and some gel. Rev. Oh, Rev. Yeah, there's a bunch of fucking... thank you. There's a fair few. I mean, there's not as many as I'd like, but there's a fair few. Are we manifesting it? Dun dun dun! Fucking somebody call up a 25,000-year-old Lemurian if you happen to know one. Yeah. It's dude, fucking A. Yeah, right? Like, can we see, unfortunately, Vegas does not have a Uyghur restaurant. And I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to propose a conspiracy theory The reason we don't have a Uyghur restaurant here is because we have such a heavy Chinese presence here. That's my Vegas Uyghur conspiracy. I'm gonna fucking spread that shit. It's because of all the fucking Chinese that relocated here. Caboose, Caboose. I've heard that you're particularly handsome today. Moomin. Vegas isn't very halal. Some could say it's a bit haram. God damn it, Karina. All I got was a fucking haircut. And Carrion. No. Karina, if it's a change approved, Karina is now Carrion. Did you do your walk, Caboose? Yes, there's your misspelling. Cool. Sci-fi name. Central Asian cuisine isn't that popular in general. Well, I don't know why. It's fucking baller looking. Right, like meat on a stick, plus like minus cinnamon and clove. Right? Like I'm in. It looks fucking delicious to me. There's a heavy contingent of Mongolian expats in Denver, Colorado, and I've been meaning to get back there for a while to do some Mongolian food. Because there is. It's like the Vietnamese down in New Orleans. Like, so, really? Yeah. No, there's a heavy contingent of Mongolian expats kicking around in Denver, high altitude. No, Swede. The only thing I'm jealous of right now is like being able to properly do squats. Mongolians do stick meat right. Yeah, that open plain shit, fucking slaughter an animal, skewer it, and fucking cook it. Or they throw everything into a hide and they sew it up and toss that in. They basically like do the in-earth cooking, but they do it all in a hide. And they'll sew it up and it fucking steams that way. Dude, Mongolians got a thing or two down. Iranian saffron rice, a good shawarma. I mean, come on, exactly. Quick post pictures of all y'all doing squats and share content. So, I mean, do you guys want to, you want to cross your legs? Like you fucking uncomfortable moment? Here you go. When I was waking up yesterday, morning wood plus like the piercing got caught on my underwear as it sort of expanded. And it yanked, and I spent the entire day yesterday bleeding, like properly bleeding. There was some like horror show shit. Like I had to change bandages a couple of times, and one of those times, oh yes, I feel the people who have uteri. Now it was a horror show. It's like, oh, shit. Yeah, it was a thing. Exactly, cat. Bleeding stopped in the early AM. Finally, I've got a fucking wrapping and a packaging method that should ensure that that doesn't happen again. So yeah, it's a monthly massacre. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I was doing yesterday. It was just contending with that. Cassidy, I kind of like if it wasn't really, I mean, okay, there's already a thing stuffed in there, Cassidy. So I have to make room for, get out of the way. Sorry that I only find penile bleeding hilarious. Dude, Zippy, I get it. Fucking. All right, Kat. You want to come inform me about their goofy ass language? Because just so you know, I'm not insulting the Uyghur language. I think everybody's language is goofy except my own. Because like that, you can speed run that. I want to know. I want to know what the deal with their language is. As I understand it, it's like fucking Turkic plus something minus something, some shit like that. Now try bleeding like that for 23 days. I'm good. I got enough to have an empathetic response. I'm on data right now, out and about. Well, how dare you, Cat? I demand you turn that car around and fucking go to the Uyghur restaurant and then go home. It's okay. Ay, que cuero. Actually, I pronounced that G. Ay, que cuero. Fucking white boy. I don't know why I felt like calling you a fucking white boy there, Cat. Or every 10 days for a year. Oh, you know. Hey, look, I got enough. I got enough to feel empathy for it. Okay. I'm good. I'm good. Now, if I can just not do that again and get this healed up, so I don't have to, like, you know, see that again, that'd be great. It'd be super great. Yeah. Hey, Trailhead. Yeah. It was, dude, it was a thing. It was a thing. Public, you don't want to know. You don't want to know, public. Trust me, multiple people in here were like, yeah, volume. You don't want to know. Trust me, I'm saving you, like, yeah, no, you're good. You're good, trust me. Oh. Yeah, I've been seeing bleeding in your urethra. Yeah, you're good. Public. You pretty much. I got it pierced, and then it kind of got yanked on a little bit in the morning time, and so, you know. Yeah. Spent a day bleeding. Anyway, we before that we were looking at Uyghur cuisine, because fucking the Uyghur food is baller apparently, like straight up just baller. And Kat, who was gonna inform me about the intricacies of the Uyghur language, has decided to abandon their post and fucking decide to drive. I don't know what that is about. There's a few different ways to take that, public, and I assure you, it's great in a lot of ways. Drop it in chat, Zippy. I mean, Jesus Christ, like it's there's only so much people can do between fucking dude. It's been like the last month or two. Talking about one specific way. Yeah, sure you are, public. I don't know which way you're talking about. Your architecture also might be cool. I'm completely unfamiliar, but they're on such a cool cultural crossroads. Okay. But you know what? Let's look at their architecture and see what's up. Oh, Jesus Christ, of course. All right. So, hey, Fertus. Here's what I have to say. Islamic architecture, some of the best. I don't go in for the old European cathedrals and shit, but Islamic architecture is fucking baller. I don't know what the deal is, but whoo-wee, they get down, right? All right, so yeah. Like we got this, like, you know, minarets. Like I get it. Oh, hey, Fertus, thank you. Like, look at this shit, right out of the gate. I love the central courtyard thing too. I love the central courtyard. I always adore that design work. Jesus Christ. Great carving work. Great colors. Jesus Christ. Yeah, cat, exactly. Almost like they aren't a bunch of uncultured terrorists like China makes them out to be. Yeah, that's Chinese national. A Uyghur nationality costume. Oh, for Indian men. Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on, guys. Oh, I know, Zippy. Dude, some of those mosques are just insane looking. I adore mosque designs. Like, the internal decorations on mosques are just staggering examples of complex geometry. It's a beautiful thing. I like the green. That. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Tell me they weren't tripping. Tell me somebody didn't trip. Come on. Try it. Try and tell me somebody didn't have experience with psychedelics. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. The Islamic mosques are insane. Yeah, it is. But, I mean... Yeah, except we were tripping before we had the math for twos. The psychedelics predate the math. I'll always remember this quote from a biography on Cleopatra. To anyone accustomed to Alexandria, the fashion capital of the world, the idea that Caesar's Rome needed sumptuary laws was laughable. A woman who knew when it was time to downgrade her dinnerware could be trusted to dress appropriately. However, Cleopatra may have toned down the wardrobe. A Roman matron wore white, where the Alexandrian women relished color. Thank you for the biddies, by the way, Marcus. Honestly, like, cathedrals are boring as fuck compared to mosques. they just are. And color, Zippy, and color. They revel in the color as well. It's not just fucking matted or stone, or it is they have the obsession with the incredibly complex geometries, but they also relish the color, and that is just and it's gorgeous. Islamic mosques are amazing. Radio. Felix, actually, yes, I am a minister. And it's a type of meditation. You could say prayer. It is a type when you lay this sort of stuff out. Yeah. It's an internal, it's a turning inwardly. It's just telling you, I'm always impressed. The Buddhists do this too. Is sort of reveling in complex geometries and addition of colors. Yeah. Oh, Jesus, yeah. Dude, sweet, yeah. Angkor Wat, fucking during its heyday would have been, I don't know, second to nothing. It would have been a hell of a thing. It definitely would have been a thing. Yeah, they're not afraid of color usage. They're not afraid of their patterns. It's good. Always impressive. Always impressive. We make some cool shit. Yeah, Zippy, I agree. We do. We make some cool shit. But, you know, we also make some horrific shit. Zartos, we were looking at Islamic mosques. And hey there, fucking Zartos. See, if we start with a low viewer count, we get fucking some of the OGs too. Look at that. A Ramsey. Zartos is from Turkey. We've got a Turk in chat right now. Was that Sagan quip? Wouldn't including Bach on Voyager. I would just be showing off. Is there another type of mosque though? I mean, forgive me, but yeah, see, this is what this is. Okay, so while it is a loan word, this is the word mosque is a translation of the Arabic word masjid, which comes from the verb sajad, which means to prostrate. So technically there could be a Christian or a Jewish mosque. You wouldn't call it a mosque because it's a mosque is a loan word, but in essence, all that's being referenced there is to get on your knees and pray. That's all the mosque means. So there is room to refer to it as an Islamic mosque. A Turk, a Frenchie, a Dutchman, and probably some others I missed so far. I mean, if the mosque in Istanbul was originally a church, one of the mosques in Istanbul was originally a church. See, that's where I was like, I think there is room for clarification, just like a Christian temple or a Christian cathedral. And especially as Zartos is pointing out, like they do change hands from time to time as well, especially in y'all's part of the world. Lot of retaking of real estate. So what used to be a Christian church could now be an Islamic mosque. How do you not know what a Uyghur is, Zartos? Jesus Christ, Turkey really is fucking isolated, isn't it? So the Hick people in my area built an ugly mosque back in the 1930s to use for sport events and shit. It's an ethnic group that lives in... I mean, that's what I want to know really quickly is... Shouldn't they... I mean, their language is even... They're a Turkic ethnic group, right? Like, that's... They're a Islamic Turkic ethnic group that at present finds itself in what would be considered China. Yep, and there's Marcus with it. It'll pop up in a second. Uyghurs are Turkic. Like, they're your people, Zartos. Felix, I mean, I'm okay with that. Yeah. Yes. Zartos, them. Oh, Zartos. I mean, Felix, if it were up to me, like if we're going to have organized religion, like if we're going to do it, I'd turn it all over to the Sikhs and just be like, y'all handle it. I think if any group has proven themselves in the last 50 years, last 400, but in the last 50 years especially, to be a trustworthy organized religious group, I think it's the Sikhs. I'm just like, look, you guys run it. If we're gonna do the organized religious thing, everybody can have their thing, but I want the Sikhs organizing and running it. I trust them a little more than a lot of the other groups. Just put it that way. No, Anya, not Buddhists. A bunch of Mao's generals were Buddhist. No, I'm trusting the Sikhs over the Buddhists. Yeah. The Jains keep to themselves as well. Felix, they've been out of the Golden Temple. The Sikhs have been feeding everyone for 400 years straight, not a day exempted. And they serve, I want to check this, hundreds of thousands a day. Hold on, let me double check this because it's insane. It's insane. 100,000 per day. The Golden Temple feeds 100,000 people per day, and they've been doing this for 400 years. Yeah, I honestly, if we're gonna trust any group to run a community center, give it to the Sikhs. At least people will be fed. And they welcome everybody. They welcome everybody. As long as you respect them, take your shoes off, that sort of thing. As long as you respect them, they welcome everybody. You know, gay, straight, male, female, trans, Islamic, fucking Buddhist, atheist. The Sikhs have an open door. You respect the space, you respect the people in it, we will feed you. Yeah. See, that's the one, the pair that tried to assassinate Indira, are the, like I said, the last 50 years. Church of the United Mass. Dystopian realism. Thank you for the follow. Food Not Bombs times Sikh collab when? I mean, right? Genocide in Myanmar had been perpetrated by Buddhists against Muslims. See, again, I'm not... and hey, they're nonsense. The Sikhs do have a bit of a patriarchal thing going, Karina. I mean, they are a patriarchally organized social group, for sure. Yeah, but Ramsey, I'm going to make food. Looking at the Uyghur cuisine was difficult enough, but the Golden Temple talk was the laugh drop. Why didn't Canada vote? Come on. I mean, Anya, brown dude in a turban, right? Buddhists also view homosexuality pretty negatively. Dude, Buddhism gets pretty fucking toxic when you start talking to some of the, like, grew up in it, died hard, attendants. They, basically, like, I've seen some really fucked ramifications of the karmic ideology that result in, like, social mistreatment of disabled and downtrodden, because that's your punishment. That's your earned energetic response from the universe from something prior. And, like, I mean, it can be pretty, like, that shouldn't be the response, but I mean, it can be perverted to a degree that's pretty uncomfortable. Just as anything else can. I also heard the current Dalai Lama was also a slaveholder for a while. I've heard some mixed things about the Tibetans. Yeah. He's super popular, but this year Trudeau took from Trump's playbook and kept voting booths out of colleges and churches. One of the surahs states roughly, a nun of 10 years is inferior to a monk of 1 day. Hey, non-binary. Yeah, I agree. And for my taste, everybody knows, for my taste, who should be running shit is the Taoists. I honestly, I would turn it all over to the Taoists, but they're not an organized religion. They're a whole other thing entirely. I mean, depending on what it is, but yeah, of course, non-binary. Taoism for the win, yeah. Buddhism is most reactionary life denialist religion with a spiritual hierarchy. So I finished night shift, came home, and was inserting the key into the lock when the guy from the flatmates, from my flatmate's one night stand is opening the door for me as he is leaving. I walked in and said, "Alexa, play I Just Had Sex," and went to bed with the sound of my flatmate screaming with laughter from her bedroom. That was fun. She bi, and I'm gay. Nice, non-binary. That's why I'm a happy atheist, Lasagna. Is it the lack or organization that makes it so appealing? Public, basically, okay, so without going into the Dao De Ching too heavily, Lao Tzu, put down and potentially a mythical figure, right? For sure. Put down a series of passages, chapters, refrains, ranging from existential to political to everyday organizational. And contained within the Dao De Ching is proto-anarchistic ideology and philosophy for how you should interact as a society. There is fundamental beliefs about how the Tao, the way, the light, the wind, the water, the river, the flow of the universe, the tendency of the universe, right? This is the Tao, and the Tao is all of us. The Tao is within and without. Nothing can be separated from the Tao, and the Tao is ever changing. And to fight against the Tao, one can do this, but it takes energy, and it's not really worth your time and energy to do that. So the best way to pattern your life is to follow the flow of the Tao, to find the flow of the river and to use it in your own way, to find the winds and to cast yourself with them rather than against them. And so this acceptance of change, this acceptance of non-being, this acceptance of non-hierarchical leadership patterns. It's pretty appealing to an anarchist, but it's also appealing to somebody who really doesn't like those sorts of this is the way it is and this is the way it shall always be texts. Because the whole point of the Tao, the whole point of the Dao De Ching is to point out that the Tao is ever shifting. One can never truly know the Tao, but one is the Tao, right? Like Zoroastrian. It's a thing. Read a few translations because translations are rough. Read a few. It's the Dao De Ching is not huge public. Give it a look. It's worth reading. It really is. And get like an audiobook from a native speaker. Like there's a few of them out there. Like I can give you a recommendation about like, you know, interpreting some of the context and cultural underpinnings of what's being talked about within the Tao as well, within the Dao De Ching. Detrius, thoughts on Zoroastrianism? Zoroastrianism is my go-to when I need to like pick a religion for like Civ or something like that. I'll pick Zoroastrian aesthetics and stuff like that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Really? These fucking people are fucking... It's Estrella as much as you don't want it to be. That's a meme on the floor of Congress. That's a meme that was printed on poster board, probably by a fucking unpaid intern at a FedEx store, on the floor of the United States Congress. Okay. Marcus. Marcus. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Replay. As a shit poster, memes are my culture. That's cultural appropriation. Zippy, people like that don't feel embarrassment. They don't. Like it's not a thing. It's not a thing. Exactly, Dietrich. Some fucking timeline, right? It's a high-res printout. That's Nightloader. That's how I know it was done at like a FedEx store. Somebody fucking actually did that for them. Yeah, exactly, Estrella. You got to be self-aware to be embarrassed. That's. Yeah, replay. Fucking right as I took a sip. It's a meme on the floor of the United States Congress. All right, cool. All right, well, since we're already in doom, 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 doom. God, I love the Doom song. I love the Doom song. The Doom song is great.
Enemies. I gotta sing the Doom song now. Doom, 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 doom. Would you please stop singing?
Proximity warning. Planet ahead.
Grr! We're here! We're finally here! Ooh, what's that?
Oh, public. If you need a fix, if you need a fix, public, Psychonauts 2. He's the primary. He's the protagonist's voice. Yeah, he's still around doing VO work. So yeah, and there is a power. There is a power that you get, and you spawn off a little like 2-dimensional version of yourself, like a little paper cutout version of yourself, and that character's voice is Gur. I'm not fucking with you. The first time I had was like, yeah, that's Gur. Yeah, tech support, Psychonauts 2. It released, and it's great. Yeah, yeah, Zippy. I just got to keep wearing it. I got to do physical therapy. Oh, oh yeah, I didn't, because yesterday, basically there are no tears. The ligaments, the tendons haven't been torn. There's no bone fractures, but it has, as she said, it has clearly been injured, and you have swelling and fluid in the joint cavities. So there's, she said, there's basically internal pressure on the joint causing discomfort and pain. And this is, you need to PT it. She said, basically you need to brace it and PT it. So this is just going to take time. So that's the update for the foot. Bye, public. Oh yes, public. Get that fucking grow on, public. Get those veggies planted. You should keep it above your heart when you can. I mean, yeah, I can't. All right. I need to show you guys this bizarre PSA where the voice actor of Zim plays this alien that keeps getting kidnapped by fucking random people. Caboose. I mean, Link. I'm gonna have to force one streamer or another to love that game then. Tech support. I mean, do you want to see it, tech support? Like, I'll launch it. I don't know. Well. All right, cool. I don't know how much of it I'll play, but if you want to see it, tech support, I'll pull it up. But yeah, it's great. Honestly, I like Psychonauts. It's a fun fucking game. Oh, and if you have Game Pass, it's free on it. Just FYI. Yeah, oh yeah, tech support. Dude, the first game was great. And yeah, it honestly, no, it holds up. It holds up. It legitimately holds up. The second one is a direct continuation. It picks up right where the first one left off. It is just a fluid sequel. So, Photech. I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom. Nice. I mean, the only Burger King story I have is from when I worked for the Boys and Girls Clubs. My director of operations, my executive director, director of operations, and one of the regional clubs, like one of the regional clubs, club director, all went to high school together, and they all worked at the exact same Burger King. And the director of operations, who shall remain nameless, jerked off in the mayonnaise one afternoon and served it all day. Yeah, that's the only Burger King story I have. For a second, I said a crap ton of marketing and advertising. I've heard anything about the sequel. Sounds typical Boys and Girls Club staff, though. Photech knows what's up. Photech knows what's up. Dude, Boys and Girls Club fucking staff are insane. Honestly. So, some of the hardest I've ever partied. For real. Yeah, they're absolutely batshit insane. When... Interesting, Zortos. When the Boys and Girls Club regional meeting used to happen here in Vegas, the Western regional meeting would happen here in Vegas, nobody showed up. Like, literally nobody showed up. They would just all be drunk and hungover and fucking in their rooms and gambling at the casino. They couldn't get anybody to show up. So they moved the regional meeting from Las Vegas to Monterey, California, where nothing happens after 8 o'clock at night. The entire town shuts down. Yeah. Yep. My little brothers went there in Florida. I sold LSD to the staff often. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Honestly, we fucking partied like fucking animals. I've told this story before. It's been a while since I told this story though. My executive director was this sort of just, you'd think he was a fucking like just a softie. Mike Baloney, thank you for the follow. You'd think he was just an absolute pushover. Guy was batshit insane. He was violent, and not like towards kids or towards his family. He just had that underneath, right? Like he was like the Hulk, right? Like, I'm always angry. He's got that. He had it in him. And apparently he was the dude that like the friend group would always like, if you need backup, you call him, right? My DO and one of the club, same crew. Two of them were down on tribal land at a court. They were on a basketball court playing basketball with a bunch of the people from the res in Arizona, and things started getting heated, and so they fucking hit up a payphone and called the executive director, who would become the executive director, and he comes down and just goes toe to toe. Like outnumbered 3-1. He's just fucking throwing fists. This guy, when I turned 18, right, he walks up to me, apropos of nothing, and says, "What are you doing for your birthday tonight?" I don't know, probably, hang out with some friends, maybe a little party, something. We'll see. He said, "You know what you should do?" I don't know. What should I do? Go over to the casinos, walk up to the front door, and deck the first person who walks out the door. I'm not kidding you. This is his suggestion for my 18th birthday. The guy was batshit insane. He was the executive director of a regional group of boys and girls clubs. Yeah. What Fotech is saying is correct. Dude, I'm telling you, the lifers, because that's what they are, how they refer to themselves as lifers. The ones who work for the boys and girls clubs. Not like, oh, you know, it's a summer job or I'll leave in a couple of years. I work my way through. The lifers are batshit insane. They're all crazy as fuck. They're psychotic. Zippy, how'd it go? I didn't take him up on his advice. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fotech. I mean, yeah. We had our club. Our regional set was 6 to 18. And so that's sort of what we were dealing with. And I mean, I was director of technology at a regional level for the Boys and Girls Clubs. That's my first fucking job. Paid, like, salaried by somebody else. That's my first job, right? And yeah, I was regional director of technology. And yeah, it's batshit insane. Our group of clubs would only take 6 to 18, and it does things to you. It really does. It warps your brain. Lame guy, lame. Yeah, there's a few stories I still can't tell from the Boys and Girls Club. Like I honestly, like, you could probably figure out if you put work in, like, you really put work in, you could probably figure out which clubs I worked for. And I don't want them to ever, like, there's stories there that it's like, holy shit, nothing, like, I can't say nothing criminal, but nothing involving children, right? Like, it doesn't have to do with the members of the club whatsoever. But the staff, the shit the staff got up to on premises and using resources, and, you know, yeah, it was, dude, they're fucking insane. That was my first, like, traveling gig too. I had to, you know, I had to do, like, oh geez, they flew me out to Atlanta, Georgia to do the national meeting and shit like that. It's like if nurses actually publish their break room conversation. Yeah, you just that shit dies with you. That shit just dies with you. Don't. Just take that shit to the grave. Oh, Ramsey. I have a voice chat Boys and Girls Club story to share. You are not lying. Yep, Cricks. For sure. A Ramsey, sleep well. Take care of yourself. Oh, it's you know, we'll see. These sorts of low viewer count streams have a tendency to get really fucking insane later on in them, and so I'm already, like, I'm a little hesitant. We'll see how this goes. Who's got a stream title? Who wants to write the stream title? Keep in mind, Twitch filters obscenities. Cupcake, tankies, chuds, take your pick. Like, I don't care. It's up to you. It's up to you, Cupcake. But ER nurses are really fucked up. I'm married to one. Dude, my mom she ran emergency rooms, recovery rooms, and operating rooms from the nursing perspective. She was managing nurse, supervising nurse at various times in her career at OR, recovery, and ER. First 2 trimesters that my mom was pregnant with me, she was working graveyard in the emergency room. You want to know why Kai's so fucked up? Like, adrenaline dopamine junkie? Yeah, my mom was working the graveyard shift in an emergency room fucking with the first 2 trimesters. Of course I'm fucked. Banging our way to an ideal society. Did you hear about the guy who only paid $2 for a Mountain Dew is now facing up to 7 years in jail? No, Buddhist, I did not. You got a link? Did it? Did it, Karina? Just out of curiosity. ER director, her stories are crazy. One of their parties had multiple people getting IVs because they had gotten too drunk. Oh, yeah. Yeah, med staff does that all the time. They'll just fucking hook up an electrolyte push for themselves. Like, you know, just get that done. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Homeless man could face 7 years in prison for shortchanging store 43 cents. Oh, you know what? Can we get a name on the gas station employee? Because fuck whoever that person is. Joseph Sobolowski, 38, stopped at a gas station in Duncannon last month after seeing a sign for a 2 for $3 deal on 20-ounce Mountain Dew bottles. Grabbed a bottle and left $2 on the counter before walking out. Sobolowski apparently didn't know that a single bottle of the beverage cost $2.29, not $1.50, meaning he still owed the store 43 cents when factoring in sales tax. A gas station employee called the police over 43 cents, who tracked down and arrested Sobolowski over a felony charge under the state's 3 strikes law for retail theft. Pennsylvania's law, enacted in the mid-1990s, states that an item stolen under the value of $150 is considered a summary offense, much like a speeding ticket. Third is a third-degree felony. He's being held on a $50,000 bond and faces up to 7 years in prison if convicted. Oh, so nothing, literally, he's had various run-ins with the law in the past decade, which includes stealing a pair of shoes at a Kmart in 2011, serving 3 months in jail for violating his probation. How much do you think that 43 cents is going to cost us? How much? Taxpayers. Seriously. How much do you think that 43 cents is going to cost us? Even if they just like let him loose. Hey, Aka, even if they just like let him walk. Yeah. Like we're already in the tens of thousands. Like before we even start the conversation now. So Aka, who knows? I have the 43 cents. Let him know I'll front him. You know, yeah, exactly. Way too fucking much. Yeah, career offender. I found the video. It's in shared content. Thank you, Caboose. Holy shit! It's like 36 minutes long.
What's a gut feeling?
It's like radar, Corny.
Holy shit, that's insane. All right. Thank you, Caboose. I'm going to give that a watch. 150K easy. I know, right? That employee is some scum. Yeah, for sure. For sure. The employee is fucking scum. All right, free market. What you got for me, tech support? The sea level really does rise and put all the low-lying areas by the coast underwater. People to just sell their homes and move away. A large influx of climate refugees. Yeah, honestly, that employee is a piece of shit. I'm sorry. I got nothing. Sell to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman? Class trader, dude. Fucking just traitor against humanity. Fuck class. Fuck class, Buddhist. Fuck classist shit there. Just a traitor against humanity. Holy shit, man. Fuck you. Oh, speaking of horrible, horrible people, y'all want to see some? You want to see somebody you're gonna be angry at immediately? I mean, this isn't like cop fucking like raping an old woman bad, but this is you're definitely gonna be like, well, fuck this guy.
Then born into something? Being born into nothing. I'm on the record. Remember I said it. You know what I think is a better advantage than being born into something? Being born into nothing. I'm on the record. Remember I said it. Can't wait to watch it in 20 years. The internet the way it is today, I'd rather have 0 than 100 million. People that have 0 are like, this guy's an idiot. That's because you don't talk to trust fund babies. I do. I talk to trust fund babies. They DM me. I meet them in real life because of my business career. They're sad. Do you know what it's like to talk to a human being that looks at you at 22 years old and says, no matter what I do for the next 80 years, it will never be my own accomplishment. Everybody will always say I was handed it and I'm done. Do you know what kind of level of depression, cocaine, and partying until you die that leads to? A lot. To watch it in 20 years. The internet the way it is today, you know what I think is a better advantage than being born into something? Being born into nothing. I'm on the record.
I told you you'd be irritated immediately. Like, immediately. It's just like, oh shit, man. You really don't understand, do you? You really don't get it. Was that Gary V? I don't know. Was it? Who the fuck is that person? Gary Vaynerchuk? I don't know. Fucking, is that who that's supposed to be? Yeah, it looks like him. Yeah. Punch that dude in the dick. My parents left me billions of dollars and now I'm sad. Oh my God. Exactly, Caboose. Like, I mean, if it's bothering you so much, he's full of shit. He's full of shit. He's full of shit. I've talked to a fair amount of trust fund babies too as well. And you know what? They're not that broken up about it. I've never had that conversation about like, you know, nothing will ever be my, yeah, sure. His family owned a wine and liquor store and he made it into an online business. Yeah, I saw that he like did reservation software or some shit like that. Yeah, if he really wanted to have $0, it wouldn't be that hard to arrange. Oh, well, he feels he worked for what he got and therefore he's entitled to it. He doesn't recognize that even his parents having an established business is the leg up and that he's not truly starting from nothing and that he isn't like homeless on the streets. He's a fucking idiot. I know lots of trust fund kids. They're all perfectly happy. Dude, I would have been an amazing trust fund kid. I would have been an amazing trust fund kid. Oh, it would have been great. I would have hired the best tutors and fucking just traveled the globe on a non-stop basis. It would have been amazing. Dude, I would have been a great trust fund kid. I'd have been good at it. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is a great little one. Sweet. I mean, you know, fucking Nouveau Riche, right? Nouveau Riche. They're just trash. I mean, old money is bad enough, but honestly, Swede, how do you feel? Nouveau Riche versus Nouveau Riche versus old money. I'm taking old money 10 times out of 10 over Nouveau Riche. I can't stand them. They're intolerable twats. That's me, though. Zartos, it's still available, but it's locked behind one of the bit donation levels. Emotes get rotated and changed, Zartos. Emotes get rotated and changed. Old money 10 times out of 10 as well. Yeah, sweet. It just, Nouveau Riche suck ass. They're terrible people. All that new money still can't buy Klaus. No, it really can't. Here, if you want to see it, Zartos, there's the Mitre emote. But there's also the Swede emote and the Thug Kai emote and a few others now. Trust fund feeling down. Volunteer for a day to feel like you're giving back. Yeah. Old money knows how to hide their shit so we don't get tempted to lynch them for food. Yeah, fair enough. So here's a little here's a thing on price gouging and drugs. So researchers at Imperial College London were running a study on a steroid drug, prednisolone, and settled on hydrocortisone as an alternative steroid that they could use as a control group. Unfortunately, the prices for hydrocortisone had gone from £1.07 to £147.50 for a month's supply between 2008, the year the only other supplier left the market, and 2016. So, since the researchers needed a large quantity of this drug, they organized production at a different company, who they then directed to sell into the UK market. Following this effort to circumvent the de facto monopoly that had been created, the original drug supplier's price collapsed from £147.50 to £3.55 per month. These are per month costs, by the way. Between 2017 and March of 2021. Zero. Haha, funny number, go burr. Thank you for this. Thank you for the 69 biddy, Zero. So the same researchers are now advocating for the UK to launch a publicly owned pharmaceutical manufacturer for off-patent generic drugs. They've even already got a selection of drugs that they have highlighted for that cost the NHS, quote, a fortune. They've already got a selection that they're like, we are paying exorbitant prices for these. If we launched our own publicly owned pharmaceutical company, we could save the NHS to the tune of tens of millions. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, the poor CEO. And if you want to read, a little more about it, you can go here. Bernie Sanders has entered the chat. Yeah, I 147 pounds 50 pence per month to £3.55, and that's not their price. That's the competition's price. The manufacturer that had been fucking so there were two manufacturers, and in 2008 the price per month was £1.07, right? In 8 years they jacked it up to £147.50. Right? In 4 years, basically, 4 years, just by introducing competition back into the marketplace, that very same manufacturer had to drop their prices from £147.50 down to £3.55. Yeah, that's not even their price point. That's the competition's price point. That's what a publicly owned entity such as that can bring to the table. Is it will readjust the market price correctly. Also have boof, boom, proof that free markets work. And calm. Hey Shrimps. Here's a fun one. Xiaomi, however we say the Chinese phone manufacturer's name. They have they sell their phones everywhere, but you know, they're sold in Europe primarily because we don't go in for that sort of shit in this part of the world. They have the ability to detect and censor terms such as free Tibet and long live Taiwan independence or democracy movement. These phones are literally these phones are capable of detecting and censoring key phrases. And it was Lithuania's defense ministry that pointed this out. The Lithuanian defense ministry literally fucking came out and said, oh, FYI, these phones are capable of monitoring you, and if you disable it, they can re-enable it remotely. And we're recommending our consumers avoid buying Chinese mobile phones in the future, and told them to throw away the ones they have now. Caboose, Karina, enjoy. Yeah. Maybe Boris will hear lots of drugs and be like, "What? Sign me up." Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, the capability in Xiaomi's Mi 10T 5G phone software has been turned off for the European Union region, but can be turned on remotely at any time, the Defense Minister's National Cybersecurity Center said in the report. Our recommendation is not to buy new phones, and to get rid of those already purchased as fast as reasonably possible. So apparently relations between Lithuania and China are tenuous at best. China last month demanded that Lithuania withdraw their ambassador in Beijing and recalled its envoy from Vilnius after Taiwan announced apparently that its mission in Lithuania would be called the Taiwanese Representative Office. So Lithuania is basically recognizing Taiwan as an independent entity, a country unto itself, and China's throwing a hissy fit. And so fucking Lithuania's like, yeah, well, all right then. We're going to start kicking out all your fucking spyware shit too, by the way. Because they knew. They knew. This isn't some like massive revelation for the defense ministry. Like, yeah, Chinese shit has spyware in it. We all know that. Dude, Chinese cell phones have fucking spyware in them. Like, that's... The US and Europe doesn't need to embed spyware into our phones because they control the network, right? Like, they can just spy on you from a macro perspective. China doesn't have that capability outside of China. And so they install spyware on everything. So, yeah. Yeah, so Lithuanian's defense ministry already knew about this sort of shit ahead of time, but China threw a hissy fit and fucking, kicked out their fucking ambassador from Beijing, and so Lithuania is like, right, yeah, get rid of all their cell phones too while we're at it. Fuck them. It's petty. It is. It's petty as fuck, Zippy. It's fucking Mean Girl shit. It's Mean Girl shit. It's like high school Mean Girl bullshit. You're like, what the fuck, man? Oh, and everybody saw fucking Steve Bannon admitted to helping plan the January 6th thing, right? Steve Bannon went on the fucking mic and admitted he helped plan the January 6th event to, quote, kill the Biden presidency in the crib. He straight up said it.
And who's he talking
talking to that.
Rev, don't make that mistake, Rev. Bannon is not dumb. Steve Bannon isn't dumb. He's a terrible person, but he's crafty. And so when he said something, if he says that out loud, there's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. Honestly, he's not dumb. Yeah, he's crazy, not dumb. He's terrible. He's a shit human being. He isn't dumb. So just always remember that. Don't underestimate your enemies. I mean, he's basically the architect of the Trump presidency. Straight up. Like, the reason that we had Trump as a president is because Steve Bannon put him there. Like, Steve Bannon made the moves that made it possible for him to be there. He's essentially the architect of that. Q Conspiracies had me crying laughing the other night. Let's see. Rev, again, I don't know. We'll have to see how it plays out. Yes, he is. And he's a producer of a bunch of movies. Honestly, Steve Bannon's got a filmography. Bannon is Trump's Cheney, but poorer and more dirty, which isn't an easy bar to clear. Let me see if it is a reference to it, because it could be something else for all we know. No, it is. It straight up is Beasticle. It is. Titus returns victorious from war, only to plant the seeds of future turmoil for himself and his family. It is Titus Andronicus. Yeah. I told you, like, don't underestimate C. Bannon. Just don't do that. Don't ever do that. He's not dumb. Yeah, that's the thing to take away about Steve Bannon. He's not a dumb guy. So don't make that mistake. Yes! Did everybody see the Texas doctor? Dr. Alan Braid. Everybody fucking say his name. Fucking put some respect on Dr. Alan Braid's name. B-R-A-I-D. Dr. Alan fucking Braid. This big fucking dick, mad energy. Like, when he walks in the room, fucking you can hear the clack of those fucking titanium balls. Like, for real. Hell motherfucking yeah. He straight up did an abortion in direct violation of the statewide ban and then said, sue me. He literally dared people to fucking sue him. Bring it. He's prepared to be the test case. He's He's straight up doing it. He's like, yeah, I'll be the first one to violate it. Let's do this shit. Like, I've already got my attorney on tap. We're doing this. Yeah. Fucking Dr. Alan Braid of Texas. Straight up, first one out of the gate. Like, he's just, mad respect to him. He's just like, yeah, fuck you. We're doing this. Yeah. Mad respect for the man. He wants to be the test case. And nobody's sued him yet, by the way. That's the hilarity of it. Nobody's taken him up on it yet. Somebody probably will eventually. But as of right now, nothing's been filed. This motherfucker's standing out there like, what? Bring it. Bring it. Ain't nobody coming at him. Alan Braid stands stream. I put badass Dr. Alan Braid performs abortion in Texas. Yeah, no, it is the civvies that have to do it. And fucking yeah, it's like I said, nobody's filed yet. Nobody's filed yet that we're aware of. People are keeping an eye on it too. Like, nobody's filed. This motherfucker's standing out there just like a goddamn gladiator. Fucking, are you not entertained? Like, yeah, he straight up is asking for it and nobody's fucking doing it. I love it. Yeah, Dr. Alan Braid. Mad props to the fucking titanium testicles on that one. Oh, so I just wanted to mention this. This was a thing I wanted to mention. Because fucking I wasn't aware. This isn't the sort of shit that Kai keeps up on. My news feed doesn't get this kind of shit usually. That Gabby Petito, I don't fucking know. I haven't watched any fucking footage of anybody saying this. It's just the latest rando blonde white girl to go missing then turn up dead, right? Like, not to belittle the domestic violence and probably the fucking psycho killer aspect of this, but I mean, again, you know, just another blonde fucking white girl that goes missing and then the media obsesses over it, right? Just FYI, in the same state that she went missing, in the last decade, there have been 466 indigenous women who went missing. Hold on, I'm just looking for the media coverage. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. Can't seem to find it. Interesting. But there was wall-to-wall coverage apparently of like blonde white girl. Funny how that works. Missing white woman syndrome. I forget the old joke. I forget who it was when the white girl went missing. There was a black girl that went missing at the same time. The black girl freed herself from her captors and like went out in the fucking street and like called, just like, yeah, you know, I freed myself and shit like that, while everybody's searching for like the white girl. And it's like, yeah, that's pretty much an exemplar for it. 466 to 1. It sounds about white. Yeah. What's that one movie? Great flick. Has the two lines. Now imagine she was white and yes, they deserved to die. Oh, fucking. All right. So, I mean, the second line, I mean, it's Samuel L. Jackson. But A Time to Kill. A Time to Kill. Yes, they deserve to die and I hope they burn in hell. Yeah. Sam Jackson. Yes, it is Grisham. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. I had a good chuckle. You guys know my sense of humor. It's dark. It's fucking dark. Like, my sense of humor is dark. And yeah, when I dude, I was scrolling Reddit one day, right? And fucking Gabby Petito's body found. I'm like, who the fuck is Gabby Petito? Right? Like, I'm like, who the fuck is this person? And I just fucking click on it. I tap on it and I'm like, oh, it's the latest white girl. Right? It's the latest missing white girl. And so I'm like, oh, we got the latest. And yeah, fucking Oklahoma, 466 missing indigenous women. Girls, women, female, fucking however you want to reference this. Yeah, in a decade. Fucking 466. It's 46 per year, folks. It's 46.6. But we'll give the benefit of the doubt here. And fucking 46 a fucking year go missing. Ain't nobody saying shit. One fucking blonde white girl goes missing. Wall-to-wall coverage. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have any details like that. I don't know. Hi, she's an influencer. She's gone viral. Yeah. She had her 15 minutes. Oh, Marcus in there working on the fucking legal section. Y'all, I have to tell you, I'm just going to tease this, right? One of these days, like probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we're going to start opening up the info store section. By the way, the information warfare, the InfoWars section got renamed to the info store section. I was uncomfortable with the optics of that branding. So I rebranded it. The info store section on the Discord server is going to be opened up to like for trial usage sort of thing. The legal section, courtesy of Marcus, is going to have some like content, like a lot of content. Gotta do it while I still have the energy. Fucking A, Marcus. If I wasn't bleeding profusely from the dick yesterday, I would have put some time in working on those outlines too. Yeah, it's the legal section alone is impressive already. Yeah, there's gonna be a fair amount of content in some of these areas for us to fall back on. It needs growing. It needs suggestions. It's going to need community participation. There is a section in the info store for suggestions for you guys to interact with the editors and the fucking editing staff of the info store. And so you guys will be able to contribute like, hey, we should have this. I was arguing with somebody about this. I need talking points for this in the future. Stuff like that. That's definitely what we need. You're almost done with my preliminary work on the state stuff, by the way. Rock on, Buddhist. Honestly, this is shaping up to be quite a valuable resource. To the point where I'm looking at how to back up Discord servers, like in their entirety. I've got a script that I should be able to run that should do it. But yeah, it's some of it is. I mean, here I'll give you guys a little preview. right now. This is the property law section under legal as it's coming together from fucking Marcus. It's kind of absurd. This is just one of the legal sections that will exist, explaining property law, adverse possession, what is property, how do you transfer it, all of these sorts of things that anarchists really get in on. But there's also straight up talking points. So like same-sex parenting, what does scholarly research have to say about the well-being in children with gay or lesbian parents? Here's risks. Here's studies that evaluate risk. Here's studies that find no difference from having a gay parent. And here is like a link to a whole bunch of shit. Here are, you know, trans talking points, you know, fucking difference between sex and gender. Why are some people, relationship between gender identity and sexual orientation. Transgender is a mental disorder, right? Like shit like this, right? That you need talking points about. Immigration studies, worker co-op studies and examples therein. Nuclear power talking points. Climate change rebuttal fucking talking point shit. Of course, operational security, shit like this, right? So like it is becoming a thing. And then, yeah, we will have a suggestions channel, available for you guys to interact. And then, yeah, we've already got a bot, to help us maintain some of this. Amorous, is a full stack developer and kindly wrote an alpha bot for us to help us maintain some of this data set and index it and automate it. Fuzzy, it is, but it not at present. It will be. It's in pre-alpha right now, as we put the content and figure out our formatting and everything. But it's going to, in the next 2 to 3 weeks, it's going to come into alpha, and we'll open it up to the community and start seeking suggestions, because the general content, I mean, outside of like the economic and the legal sections, we need community input. You guys are the ones who get involved in arguments. You guys are the ones who debate with people. You're the people that, you know, like are in chat with somebody and there's somebody always fucking, you know, hammering some bullshit talking point. It's stuff like that we need. We need to know what the topic du jour is and how are people arguing it. That way we can do rebuttal talking points, just like I have for like the trans talking points here. Trans people in sports. Trans people have a lower quality of life until they're allowed to transition. You know, puberty suppression and gender reassignment. The effects of gender transition on transgender well-being, right? Like, it's that sort of stuff that we need to know about that is happening in the wild, so we can develop talking points against it. So you guys can just quick resource on Discord, on the phone, in your browser, on your PC, wherever you are. You'll be able to pull up the fucking PR Discord and go to the info store section and just be like, you know, and quickly search for it, you know, using the Discord search function, or just find a thread that is already topical to it and search from there. So you can quickly have like sources and studies and those sorts of things, like the worker co-op one, is, you know, like literally like the way I've set it up, worker cooperatives are more productive than normal companies. Here's a direct link to a PDF. Here's explanations about how this is 2 decades worth of international data on worker-owned cooperatives. That it is provided in a meta-analysis. Here's pathway to scale. This is the source document. Here's the summary. Here are the things that you need to talk about for scaling them. Here's studies to have in your back pocket. Here are examples of worker co-ops. Here's our conversions of existing businesses. Right? So it's like that. Yeah, that's the goal for the resource. And so, yeah, we're going to need you guys to like point us in the in the correct direction, at least. In Kez's stream, we were watching a video about transphobes trying hard. Literally, transphobe is not a slur; it's a mental disorder. Interesting. Marcus, yeah. Once I get the black, once I get the black letter law uploaded, I want to work on explaining legal arguments and legal theories so people can work with the info on their own, and I'll need community input for that. Rock the fuck on. Yeah, you guys should see. Wait and see what Marcus has put up for the fucking legal section. There's a bunch of stuff that anarchists will approve of, like, ooh, that's actually interesting information. And again, none of it's fucking legal, you know, blah 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 blah. But yeah, it's gonna be a useful resource. That way, you guys don't have to have fucking bookmarks and all that sort of stuff and try and deal with it. Right? You can just jump on the Discord server and, like, you know, shit, I'm having the nuclear power argument again. Here, read this. You know, I'm having the climate change. Here, read this. Like, you know, you just fucking copy paste. Like the climate change ones, I have literal rebuttal statements laid out for you. Right? Like that's the climate's changed before. Here is a rebuttal statement. Right? It's the sun. Here is a rebuttal statement with fucking further information. It's not bad. Here is a rebuttal statement with data to back it up. There's no consensus. Here is your rebuttal statement, right? Like some of these are streamlined for argument online. So you can just, you can just drop it on them quick and fast. Fast and quick. Synonyms, but hey, it is what it is. Collective repository for the links. Nice. Yeah. Oh yeah. And tech support. It is, we're going to have a fucking thing there. Like we're going to have, when all is said and done, like when it starts, it'll be limited, but honestly, like there's going to be a fair amount in there when we initially open it up. You know, it may not come into play for you on a day-to-day basis, but when you need it, it will be there. And then, yeah, it's going to expand. It's going to grow as we get into arguments with fucking chuds and you guys come back and hit the suggestion section. You'll be able to provide us with like directionality and like, this is what the fucking transphobes are talking about now. Maybe consider adding it to the trans talking point section, or, oh, hey, this is the thing that the tankies are fucking railing about these days, you know. But yeah, it is coming along. The info store section actually is coming along quite nicely. So yeah. Hang on, let me. All right. I'm also working on a section that will basically shit on this whole cancel culture narrative, going through U.S. history and picking out a slew of events where the country just absolutely shit on leftists and minorities, put some perspective and nuance into this bullshit narrative that the right-wing chuds who get knocked off Twitter have no standing to whine like a little bitch and cry cancel culture and freedom of speech violations. See, there you go. There's more shit that you'll just have in your back pocket. Rock on, Buddhist. Let me pop out of that one. There we go. Yeah. So I want to arm you guys. Like that's information wise, right? Fucking back off my nuts, FBI, right? Like, but informationally speaking, I want to arm you guys. That way when you are out there in the wild, like you can go toe to toe. I'm going to eventually get anarchist theory in there as well for you guys. It's not the priority at the moment. I think I've pretty well armed you guys with anarchist theory at this point. But I will get to that point where I will fill out in the poli-sci anarchist theory, anarchist talking points, these sorts of things, anarchist answer to common prompts. Well, what about the rapists? You know, that sort of thing. So you can have concise, collaborative information sets there as well concerning anarchism. That'll end up being in the political science section. But yeah, it's coming along. So once Swede gets off his ass and types things, the econ section might not look like a wasteland. I mean, you're a parent, you're a functioning member of society. You have a fairly, you know, not high profile, but a fairly, you know, a job with some responsibilities, to say it. to say the least, Sweet. So I get it. But you know, no pressure. Other people are producing content. Pressure, under pressure. And like I said, fucking courtesy of Amorous, we've got a bot that can index this stuff and keep the threads alive so our threads don't get archived. So they'll always be there in a list for us and stuff like that. It'd be great. Pressure. Exactly, Adia. Sure. No pressure, Swede. Pressure. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dream of I would never put social pressure on you, Swede. Everybody's doing it, but you know. Dude, Bowie and fucking Queen, right? Like, how do you? The saddest, like the most pathetic moment in music history is fucking Rob Van Winkle, Vanilla Ice, attempting to explain that his intro is not the same as Under Pressure. It is the saddest fucking moment. Here.
What about in Ice Ice Baby? Used the Queen hook.
Queen Naval.
What's happened with that?
Rap music is sampling, and people who don't understand rap music, they say, well, he borrows this or steals this. Rap music, every major rap artist in the world samples music, you know? And that's all I did is sample it. If my record 10 years from now...
Oh, not the one. Not the one.
This was making it different. It's totally different. It's a rap song. It doesn't sound anything like theirs.
And just to prove his point, Vanilla breaks it down and sings the dings.
Ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. Ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. That's the way theirs goes. Ours goes ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. Ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. That little bitty change. It's not the same. Ours goes ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. Theirs goes.
You see, guys? Theirs goes ding, 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 ding. Ours goes ding, 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 ding. Yeah, it's like, oh my God. Seriously, dude? It's the same fucking hook. It's the same thing. Come on, man. And then later, you saw the video. Later, he owns up to it, right? He got hammered so fucking hard that later he just owns up to it. He's like, yeah, we sampled it. Yeah, we know you sampled it, motherfucker. Anybody who listened to it knew that, like, that's Under Pressure by Bowie and Queen. Like, did you really think you were gonna get that one by us? Fucking, oh, he's special. He's not that terrible of a guy. I mean, okay, so like to his fucking, all right. If you happen to be some fucking drunk high school age kid who wants to hang out and like race jet skis and shit with him, he's not that terrible of a guy. His personal life, he tends to get into bar brawls and fucking, you know, may or may not have beat his ex-wife. So he's a pretty shit human being probably overall. But if you happen to be a fucking drunk high school aged kid in Lake Havasu City, Arizona over Memorial Day weekend, and you're there with like racing edition jet skis already, fucking Rob Van Winkle will hang out with you and fucking chill and race jet skis. So, you know, in that context, he's a pretty cool guy. Cool as Ice. No, I don't believe I have. Rom-com, David Kellogg, starring Vanilla Ice. Oh, there's no way this isn't just a terrible movie. All right, this is going on the list. Thank you, James. This has got to be a shit movie. We're going to watch it. Yeah, that is a very specific instance. Estrella, yeah, it is. It's a pretty specific instance. I admit to that. It's like if Nicki Minaj claims she didn't sample Sir Mix-a-Lot and Anaconda. Is that a thing? Like, I have, honestly, I'm not entirely sure if I've ever heard a Nicki Minaj song. Straight up. Maybe I have, but I don't know if I have. Let's just put it that way. Maybe pick something not so iconic if you don't want anyone to notice. I know, right? It's peak Nicki. I don't know if I've ever heard this woman's music. This is so, I'm gonna end up with a fucking, I'm just gonna, let's see, Nicki Minaj, Anaconda. Oh yeah, that's definitely the fucking, I don't know, what is that? Is that a drum sample or a fucking bass sample? I don't know what that sounds like a drum sample though. But yeah, immediately that's Sir Mix-a-Lot. Right off the bat, it's like, oh yeah, that's for sure. Oh, it's more than that? Yeah, you know what? I'm good. I don't need to deal with the fucking copyright claim over on YouTube, and quite frankly, I don't give a fuck about her. Honestly, apparently she's a terrible human being too, by the way. Like, defends her brother and her husband to the nth degree. Like, yeah, like, dude, this fucking big nut, fucking swollen nut shit, like, exposed me to, like, I was like, oh, wow, I had no idea she's such a shit human being. Like, defends pedophiles and fucking rapists and, like, physically assaulters and shit like that. All right, yeah, she's hanging out with great people. Seems like a real stand-up type of person. She never would have gotten famous without the ass implants. I said it. Pike Baloney, Mary's rapist. Yeah, like that's like, holy shit, man. She allegedly put out a hit on a woman. She tried to say she white to get her. She wanted, but she was white. Okay. She allegedly put out a hit on a woman. She tried to say she was white to get her to shut up after the lady rejected her money. All right. Yeah, Zippy. Yeah, she's like a shit human being. Like, properly shit. Like, vaccine denial aside. Like, all right, so she's also like an anti-vaxxer to boot. Right? So she married a fucking rapist. Her fucking brother is like a fucking pedophile or hebephile, whatever you want to make the distinction. He likes him young, and she defends him for it. She fucking, yeah, she may or may not allegedly have put out a hit on some woman, apparently. And yeah, it's like, yeah, she's apparently just a shit human being. Like, and if it weren't for her running her mouth off on Twitter about her cousins, friends, uncles, pool boys, neighbors, you know, congressmen's balls being swollen, like, I never would have known any of this. Her running her mouth off about that fucking person in Trinidad and Tobago, supposedly having swollen balls. And then the Ministry of Health in Trinidad and Tobago had to literally investigate it and hold a press conference to say that, in fact, her fucking sister's uncle's cousin's friend's niece, brother, apartment, roommate doesn't have swollen balls at the, like, it's just a fiction. It's like, Jesus Christ. Somebody wasted government funds on investigating whether her fucking ancillary acquaintance has swollen testicles. That press conference was my favorite moment of 2021 so far, says James. It was, dude, that was how you know, like, shit is off the rails, right, James? That's definitely one of those moments where you're sitting there going, holy shit, man. What the fuck is going on with this timeline? God save his balls. She also has new music and a doc coming out soon, so make of that what you will. Interesting. Bike, are you throwing out that Kanye kind of shade? That Kanye goes off his meds when he and fucking like acts all a fool whenever he's got new stuff coming out? Are you implying that? Yep, Bikes. Okay, I get what you're. I'm sorry. You know what? Yeah, I'm inferring from that. All right. Nicki may have fucking stirred the pot a little bit just to, you know, get some publicity for the name out there. All right. It's a distinct possibility. It's a distinct possibility. I don't rule. I don't even consider that outlandish, right? They did that with one of the Grand Theft Autos. Rockstar intentionally started shit and got people to get all up in arms about like the violent nature of and like the hookers and shit like that, right? Rockstar ran one of those campaigns that like get everybody heated about our product, right? Like that's just marketing. It's guerrilla marketing and like adverse guerrilla marketing or something like that. They've got terms for it. GTA hot coffee. Yeah, like that's I'd buy that for sure. Really? Project Veritas got scammed out of $150,000 by a phishing email. $165,000 actually, according to the link. We received an invoice for $165,000 from a few of our attorneys, and we intended to pay that invoice, so we set up a wire transfer for payment. Within an hour, the lawyers reached out to ask us to pay the invoice via a new account they had set up. Hackers appeared to be monitoring his correspondence with his actual attorneys before interjecting with a similar-looking email. They actually impersonated the actual name of our lawyer, changing a few letters in the email address, replying in real time to an email chain with our actual attorneys. It appears that the fraudsters were watching, waiting for an invoice to be sent to us, and then pounced, impersonating them, replying to a real email as the lawyer's name the moment the invoice came. So they paid it. I mean, they paid it. They paid it.
Know that in the last week, our offices were destroyed by remnants of Hurricane.
Guys, prepare for some schadenfreude.
James O'Keefe from Project Veritas here. You all know that in the last week, our offices were destroyed by remnants of Hurricane Ida, but that was not the only attack that Project Veritas faced. 2 days before the storm hit, we discovered that fraudsters had stolen $165,000 from our bank accounts by hacking correspondence with our lawyers talking to our team. Now, it's no secret that we're involved in a lot of litigation. We're suing the New York Times, suing the CNN, suing Twitter, and in fact winning so far in some of these lawsuits, and also playing a defendant in others. Project Veritas has never lost a lawsuit. We spend millions of dollars a year on litigation. So we received an invoice for $165,000 from a few of our attorneys, and we intended to pay that invoice. So we set up wire transfers for payment. Within hours, the lawyers reached out to us asking us to pay the invoices via a new account they had set up. They actually impersonated the actual name of our lawyer, changing a few letters in the email address, replying in real time to an email chain with our actual attorneys. It appears the fraudsters were watching, waiting for an invoice to be sent to us, and then pounced, impersonating them, replying to a real email as the lawyer's name the moment the invoice came. We've also had denial of service attacks recently. People were very clever. They've donated $50,000 but then asked for a refund, which incurs a fee to us, and they've done this repeatedly in an attempt to apparently hurt us financially and bankrupt us. These are intentional attacks by people who don't like us, trying to distract us, trying to deny our services, trying to disrupt our mission. These are very serious crimes against us. The feds have jurisdiction. U.S. attorneys should prosecute this for wire fraud. But this week, there was a school board meeting in Sacramento.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I also want...
Yeah, all right. Oh. Yeah, exactly. Tech support never lost. Reed settled. Yeah, they settle all their fucking ones. They're and a defendant in a few. In a bunch. In a bunch. Oops, let's do that. And then, wait, hang on. Interesting. And then interesting, Cassidy. I'm gonna give that a read later. Yeah. Womp womp. Yeah. Oh, what was the oh no, how terrible. Anyway. Let's see. Oh, Texas passed another fucking law, by the way. It's just another law restricting abortions. This law bans doctors from providing abortion-inducing medication to women who are 7 or more weeks pregnant. Take it for what it's worth. It's just another fucking. It's just another end run, and I forget who. Somebody's trying to do a Roe v. Wade reversal. I forget who right now. There's so many. Zippy, more. Apparently more. Yeah. Oh, Beast. No, Zippy. It's interesting. We've been fucking quiet. I don't know who else is on streaming, but it's been low counts, dude. We've been hovering in the 40s, which is weird for me. And like nobody took the bait. So let's see. Let's change the title. And Tucker Carlson is he said that the vaccine requirements for the military are a ploy to identify the sincere Christians in the ranks, the free thinkers, the men with high testosterone levels, and anybody else who doesn't love Joe Biden, and to make them leave immediately. That's a quote. That's an actual quote. Like, that's verbatim. Yes. In case you Tucker Carlson said that vaccine requirements for the military are a ploy to identify the sincere Christians in the ranks, the free thinkers, the men with high testosterone levels, and anybody else who doesn't love Joe Biden, and make them leave immediately. Cave. You know what? I'm going to trim that up, and I'm going to keep it. Thank you, Cave. Chuds must pupate during winter equinox. Oh, Zippy, they pump them full of all sorts of shit. No worries, Aka. That's what I'm here for. Oh, and Sunday. Sunday we lost a real OG. George Holiday. Some of y'all are young, some of y'all are old, but George Holiday is arguably responsible for some shit snapping off. George Holiday, if this name doesn't spring to mind, you all are aware of the events that George Holiday caused. George Holiday was the man who happened to be on a freeway in California one early evening when a group of Los Angeles police officers were beating a gentleman to death by the name of Rodney King. And George Holiday happened to have a video camera in the early 90s in his car, and he picked that camera up and filmed. Yeah. George Holiday, it could be said, caused the LA riots. Now, that's definitely not the way George would like to be remembered, probably. But he started the events rolling. Yeah. He died Sunday of COVID complications. But yeah, he was early era citizen journalist, right? Like, he was a dude who saw some shit going down. He was like, I can get this on film. And he filmed it. Yeah. And it was because of that we have the infamous footage of the Rodney King beatdown. And the rest is just history. But yeah, fucking George fucking Holiday. Oh, and who wants some cursed shit? Vexology on Reddit. It has Vexology circle jerk. Somebody made the pride flag more inclusive. This is cursed as fuck. Just know that. This is cursed as fuck. I'll just leave this up here and let this saturate and let you identify all of this shit and have a moment. And so you can see it in its glory. You are correct, Crix. George's courage helped lead the mass awareness of the police brutality on the black community in particular. He did. It's like staring into my soul. Where's the swastika? I mean, they put the British flag on there, right? So I mean, they put the UK one. They put the Union Jack shit, right? Close enough, right? If we combine enough colors together, eventually just appear to be a black flag. Just saying. Cassiopeia, you're on to something. Why does Turf Island get rep on that flag? That was the argument that actually occurred in the top levels of the comments on the I'm all for inclusion and everything, but the British. We refuse to include the British. Some things don't deserve pride. So yeah, there was multiple threads dedicated to saying fuck the British. So don't worry about that. Plenty of people brought that up. I can't show that link. Arizona dude got shot dead by cops when he answered the fucking door. It wasn't recent. It was like last year, but the footage just got released, and it's rough. It's rough. Like, this is a particularly rough one. You can, yeah, Akka. He was playing Crash Bandicoot. He yelled in celebration. He was listening to music, and some fucking bitch of a neighbor called the cops and intentionally lied to them. The 911 caller said she's basically the dispatch said, like, you know, is it a domestic violence issue? And the caller said, sure, he's fighting with his wife, whatever gets you here quicker. And then the fucking dispatcher put that down as an actual domestic violence call. The cop, within 5 seconds of him being there, had murdered him. And in the video, you can hear the death rattle. You can hear the final moments of the respiratory process. Like, it's literally there in the video. You can hear it. You can hear him die. It's like I said, it's a particularly brutal one. Yeah. Yep, Akka, the cop holds the girlfriend back from fucking comforting him in his final moments. It is... Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. It's a particularly rough one to watch. So, if you want the link, let me know. I can get you the link. But honestly, I would tell you just, you're good. You're good. You don't need it. Don't worry about it. Just know that there's another one that's fucking the body cam footage is finally released, and we're gonna be fucking dealing with that one. I don't know, but I'd love to know, Zippy. I'd fucking love to talk to that cunt. Seriously, like I'd love to be in that complex. Holy shit! If she was my fucking neighbor, holy shit, man! Talk about it. Talk about a harassment campaign. Right? Like, again, I would never do anything illegal, nor would I encourage anybody to do anything illegal. But hypothetically speaking, if I were her downstairs neighbor and I found out that she did this shit, hypothetically speaking, her life would be a living nightmare from that point on. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you will never rest a single night again. Yeah. Yeah, I would make sure she didn't sleep a single night. It's that simple. I would make it so that she never slept a full night again. Are you sure you should be here, Ancom? We are all after all CIA agents. Say hello to weird smells, noises, and ghosts, bitch. Yeah, it was bad. It's a particularly bad video too. Like, it's a rough one to watch. And I mean, yeah, he answered the door with his firearm. He answered the doors with his firearm because the police didn't fucking like properly announce themselves. They just came banging on his fucking door in the middle of the night, right? Like, this is what the Second Amendment's about, right? In this right to bear arms, in that whole thing, like, right to self-defense. He didn't know who the fuck was there. He answered the door and the cop popped him. I'm not kidding you. Within 5 seconds, the dude is dying. It takes a minute for him to die. But within 5 seconds, the cop has dropped him. Yeah, it's rough. I'd sign her up for requesting information from insurance agents all over the country so she gets nothing but phone calls all day from life insurance people. Yeah, yeah. I mean, she actively, like, she lied. the 911 dispatcher, like straight up, like, yeah, it's she beating his wife, whatever gets you here quicker. She instigated a domestic violence call just for a noise complaint. And then the fucking absolutely just dumbass dispatcher didn't pick up on the whatever gets you here quicker portion of that statement. And so the dispatcher didn't question it and put it into the fucking call log that way. There is so many people criminally culpable in this series of events as far as I'm concerned. Like, there's so many people that could be just run up the fucking flagpole for this shit. Yeah, some sense. You fucking refuse to answer the door and you call 911. That's what you do. It's the same thing you do when you're on the highway at night in like a rural area and you're not sure if the person pulling you over is actually a cop. So you call 911 immediately and you say, I'm being pulled over. I'm in a rural area. I'm unsure. Is there actually an officer in outside? Yeah, you would call 911 in that instance and say, there is someone banging on my door in the middle of the night claiming to be a police officer. Is there somebody dispatched to this address? That's what you do. Yeah. I mean, not once they're in your fucking house, Cupcake, which is why you don't open the door. Don't open the door. Don't open the door. You should take up clogging. I know I'm going to hate seeing... wait, hang on. I know I'm going to hate seeing this too, but what's the poor fucker's name? In my mind, is a duty to watch the consequences of the legal system. Let me get you his name. I just, it's fucking ridiculous, right? Fucking, I've lost it. I've lost it because I have so many filed under like cop shit. All right, give me a sec. No. Am I fucking blind here? There we go. There we go. Jesus Christ. By the way, his hands were in the air when he fucking answered the door. Just FYI. All right. Is it Mesa? It just feels like it was Mesa. There we go. Thank you. It was Maricopa County, of course. Here you go, Marcus. Ryan Whitaker. There you go. Maricopa County County Attorney Alistair Adele announced that she would not be pursuing criminal charges against the police officer who shot him. So you want to know what the outcome is, Marcus? Yep. Cook-fired officer John Ferragamo and Jeff Cook responded to reports of a possible domestic violence. Yeah, we already know about that. Cook fired 3 rounds. Whitaker was starting to kneel and putting his hands up as the officer fired. All right, sweet. Good luck. Yep. The attorney for Maricopa County said that while the video shows Whitaker moving to put down his gun, it does not provide insight into what Officer Cook reasonably perceived and believed was occurring in the moment he made the decision to fire his weapon. Based on the facts and evidence, Officer Cook was responding to what he was told was an active domestic violence call inside a home. He made a decision based on the information he had. He could do no more. Based on what he knew, I cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that his decision to use deadly force was an unreasonable one. That, again, would be Maricopa County Attorney Alistair Adele. Yeah, if he shot a rich fucking white man, okay, so one, he wouldn't roll up to a rich white man's house with that kind of intent, right? That's not something that happens. I've partied in those kind of spaces, right? Like, they show up and ask you, like, could you possibly, we're getting some complaints, could you keep it inside and maybe, like, don't, right? That's how they roll up. Right. I have been in a mansion, right? I have been in a mansion that had a party that spilled out into the golf course. And the cops got called by one of the neighbors, and a fucking single squad car rolled up, and the guy got out and asked politely if we could find a way to take it inside and keep it down. Yeah. Like, I've been there for that shit. Straight up. Aka, he's not the sheriff any longer, but you're thinking of Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who I have met as well. I know all these piece of shit fuckers. Honestly, yeah. I told this fairly recently. We were doing a silent auction for the NRA back in the fucking day. For those of you who don't know, my family used to run a firearms academy. And not just pink shirts. And yeah, we were running we had contributions to and were participating in a NRA silent auction, and Sheriff Joe Arpaio had donated a pair of pink boxer shorts and signed them. And that was one of the items being given away. So I've met Joe Arpaio. Yeah. Met a lot of these pieces of shit. Stepdad was a fucking judge for years, and the firearms training and ties to all sorts of shit. Right? Like, I've met these people. I know these people. They're pieces of shit. They really are. I have no idea how much they went for. Beasticle. No idea. I've been at many of those parties. It's hilarious how differently cops behave when they roll into a McMansion neighborhood. Yeah, they really do. I've been there, like, the Las Vegas Country Club, shit like that, partying with the mucky mucks of this town, right? Like, and they're kids. And, the cops fucking roll up on that shit, and they are hat in hand, like, straight up, like, please, sir, can you keep it down? Like, they straight up are, like, in a different mode entirely. Cassiopeia. In Portland, we had a sheriff named Outlaw. Jesus Christ, of course you did. And while we're at it, at Benton Harbor, just FYI, you might start seeing this name. You might start seeing this name more and more. I don't know. Who knows? Benton Harbor, Michigan. Yep, Bike, Michigan. They have water that's more poisoned than Flint, Michigan. Flint's water is basically like a fucking sparkling spring, apparently, compared to Benton Harbor. Here's the fun fact. They're basically coming from the same location. But the White Township, right there, like right there, the White Township, their water's fine. You wanna take a guess what the predominant demographic is in Benton? Yeah. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, it's Benton Harbor. Yeah, correct. It black. Benton Harbor is the black part. Is the black town, and St. Joseph, which is right there, is the white town. They are literally segregated, for all intents and purposes. For all intents and purposes, these towns are segregated. There's a white town, there's a black town, and the black town's water is basically poison, and the white town's water is just fine. And they are functionally neighbors. Yeah, it's like that. The water, the water comes out bubbly and, okay, so brown and sizzling like Alka-Seltzer. And this isn't natural carbonation. There is naturally carbonated water in certain places. This isn't natural carbonation, folks. This isn't it. This is fucking tea-colored water that fizzes. Oh, and it smells of rotting sewage. It's filled with lead and all sorts of shit. Yeah. Yeah, it passes, like, it doesn't pass any water standard test whatsoever. And yeah, they are literally, like I said, it's just that town over there, their water's fine. That town over there, their water's poison. Black, white. Straight up. Yeah, apparently, yeah, they do. They fucking send them filters. Like, apparently this isn't even, like, they haven't even been getting the filters, apparently, Bike. Like, apparently, Benton hasn't even been getting filters. I just want to make sure here. Yeah. Nah. They're just having to buy bottled water. And apparently there is hope on the horizon that it may get fixed because of one reason. This is a picture of the Harbor Shores Golf Club. Apparently Benton is being gentrified. And so there's apparently now talk of fixing their water. Beast, I fucking knew it. Yep. Apparently now maybe we might fix the water. Yep. The golf club came first. I love it when it's so obvious. I love it when it's so blatant. That's when I truly enjoy it. It transcends into the properly humorous. Right? Yeah, okay, yeah, it's horrible and fucking, you know, but I have a gallows sense of humor. I have a very dark sense of humor. This is like an Onion. This is like an Onion article or like a Kids in the Hall sketch. Right? Like, there is two towns literally right next door to each other. One is rich and white, one is broke and black, one has great water, one has poison water. And the one with poison water has been dealing with it for years and years and years, and nobody has done shit. But now there's talk of actually fixing the water lines and addressing the water source issue after they built a fucking golf club in their town. Like, right? Like, that's how blatant do you need it to be? Because that's fucking brilliant. Yeah. So what you're saying is they brought jobs to town. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Golf bringing positive change to the world based gentrification, saving lives. Jesus fucking Christ. For a minute. Buddhist, you want to know something really fucked about lead exposure rates? I mean, sure. I mean, are we talking the criminality corollary or the reduced IQ corollary, or what? Or the fact that predominantly those exposed to higher lead rates in water in our nation are minorities? Oh yeah, no, dude, there's. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So there are. Let me check. Hold on. Let me check the EPA project on this one. The NRDC. Yeah, the NRDC estimates there's 12.8 million lead pipes and service lines still connected to connecting homes to water in all 50 states. It's a huge fucking problem. It's a huge fucking problem. Here's one of their representatives. Quote, drinking water won't be safe until the country pulls the millions of lead pipes out of the ground found in every state. That's the senior strategic director for health at the NRDC. Guy by the name of Eric Olson. Natural Resources Defense Council. For those of you, like, I'm just dropping NRDC, but Vermonter, environmentalist, just NRDC is one of those things you know. The Natural Resources Defense Council. Yeah, they've literally petitioned the UN Environmental Protection Agency to get involved. Like, they're like, we're not doing shit. Like, you know, maybe we can do something. Yeah, it's millions of pipes in this country need replaced. Yeah, Cassiopeia. It is a contributing factor. There's multiple contributing factors, but it is a contributing factor. Come on, we've only known lead was poisonous for like 2,000 years. And here I thought Obama fixed the water problems in America. Yep, thanks, Obama. Jeez. Fucking Obama. I'm pretty sure Obama installed those pipes too. Yeah. That is, dude, Aka, I am a firm believer in that theory. I'm a firm believer in that hypothesis. Sorry, it's not a theory, it's a hypothesis. I'm a firm believer in that hypothesis, though. I think I think a contributing factor as to why the baby boomer generation is as fucked in the head as they are, their lack of empathy, their rates, they're white collar criminals, but they've got criminality. They're just white collar criminals rather than like in the streets stabby because they had the opportunities, right? They didn't have to be in the streets doing the stabby type. They could do the fucking white collar crime. increased rates of criminality, decreased rates of empathetic response. I sincerely think that like the airborne lead, the leaded gasoline, the lead paint, and the lead fucking pipes contributed a huge amount to the degradation of the baby boomer generation's cognitive function. Yeah, I am a firm believer in that hypothesis. Like, I think it's a contributing factor and needs to be discussed on a historical level. That, like, contextually, when we look back historically, that maybe some of this aberrant behavior that this generation has shown, this completely self-centered, this disregard for others, this criminal, like, on a scale of humanity, right? Like crimes against humanity level of cognitive behavior, and this inability to understand fundamental things, right? Like shows some level of cognitive decline. Right? Like I sincerely, like I think we might have some lead to blame for this. This might actually be lead poisoning on a mass scale. There's a lot of the stabby types too. They just usually get away with it. And nonsense. Yeah, TV didn't help either. Fair enough. That is fair nonsense. Jesus Christ. Look, Marcus putting up the fucking work. Yeah, I think it's an element that needs considered. I think it's something that needs considered at the very least. Anyone ever listen to the Dollop podcast? No. I swear they have an in-depth historical episode for something mentioned here every stream. For example, lead in the USA. Sorry, doing an adjustment. I need to be super careful when I do that. If the lead poisoning pans out, that's a scary precedent on how to use chemicals to create a population of people that are easier to control. I mean, Cupcake. Wouldn't be the first time we tried to run that experiment. They're comedians too. All right. Well, now you have my attention in some sense. Lead nuclear attack. The nuclear attack isn't an issue. It isn't. Beasticle. I mean, were you not here for the like horror story? How far in are we? What time is it? 3 hours. Fuck it. Nonsense. You want to you want to get on the air with me? Also, it's open to other people if you want, but nonsense. Like, you know, I know nonsense from a while back. They did a Battle of Blair Mountain episode too. Rock on. I still need to do a Blair Mountain episode. I need to do a Blair Mountain essay and a Blair Mountain episode. I still haven't gotten around to it. Yes, Beast. I spent the day bleeding. There were some horror scenes, taking bandages off and replacing, and yeah, it was rough. Most dudes in that situation don't want to see what I witnessed yesterday. Let's just put it that way. What's up, man?
I just woke up. I had to take a snooze. I'm getting old.
Attaboy.
I'm checking out Jacques Lacan, and I'm just like mentioning it in everyday conversation how our who we are as people is there's actually nothing there. There's a void, and there's just constructs on top of constructs, and we're like constantly tortured by the big other and this false sense of self, which is us during the mirage stage, and that if we ever escape that, we are actually prisoners by being trapped in a society of people who are addicted to jouissance, which is this type of like working misery.
Yeah,
people like that when I say that. They're just, oh, okay.
Yeah, he's one of the post-structuralists. Yeah. As it is usually stated, depending on which side of the aisle, which side of demarcation you fall for this, he's a continental philosopher, which, you know, some people would be like, oh, yeah, and some people would be like, fuck that. So, you know, it's sort of like from the economic side, it's like saying, you know, he's Austrian or Swiss or Chicago.
He's often referred to as the French Freud.
Yeah, and we hold Freud in such high regard these days.
I just started checking him out because he popped into my head. I've just been watching like a bunch of different philosophy videos, but this friend of mine who killed himself like 5 years ago was a huge fan of his. So I was like, fuck it, let's take this trip, and it's been fun.
The post-structuralists are an interesting bunch, Rev. I quote, I don't quote him directly usually, but I do reference him on a fairly regular basis. One of the like sort of notable post-structuralists is Foucault. So if you want to understand like power dynamic analysis, you need to go read some Michel Foucault. And yeah, you will hear me drop, a Foucaultian power analysis of, of something like that. Yeah. So yeah, post-structuralism is, it's an interesting thing to get into, but as I said, I firmly believe if the conversation goes into philosophy, you've already lost. The point is gone. There's no point in continuing that conversation other than just jerking each other off. Right?
I need to check out Foucault more, but I love Lacan's quote. He's like, love is giving something you don't have to somebody who doesn't want it. He's fucking hilarious. I love him.
A Buddhist. My boy Foucault. Good thing I love a good circle jerk. The Dao that can be named is not the true Dao, but it can be fun to masturbate while you name it. Cassiopeia. Yes, that that which can be separated from the Tao is not the Tao.
I love the Stephen Mitchell Dao De Ching.
I've read a few of the translations at this point in my life, and just sort of like the amalgamation that I formed in my brain, because they all have differences and variations. Some of them there are some really, I think, like I'd have to look it up, but like the top rated Dao De Ching on Amazon is one of the worst translations. Like really? Widely regarded as one of the worst possible translations of the Dao De Ching is like the highest rated on Amazon.
I don't know how good the translation is, but I think it's funny.
Let's see. All I remember now is that we take it for granted that other people understand words the same we do, and ultimately nobody can really communicate with anybody else worth a shit. Conspiracy. Yes, exactly. Some sense. Fucking Kaiser, I bet. Yeah, the post-structuralists are fucking weird as shit. Structural for anybody. I'll shorthand this. Structuralism is basically human culture can be understood based on a model of language, right? Nonsense and I can actually hammer out truth between ourselves, right? Like we could sit here and have a conversation and actually get to something, right? Post-structuralists say, yeah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Whatever those words, even if you spend the rest of your lives together and spend every minute of waking day trying to figure out the meaning of a word for each other, you will never truly have the same lived experience. You can't truly know what's inside somebody's head that way. Therefore, all of this, the entire artifice, can never be truly understood in an objective manner. It is post-structuralism is basically your inroad into subjectivism wins.
Yeah, Lacan even seems to say that you don't even know yourself. And all we're doing is constantly struggling because we want to be understood. We want everybody to be understood, or we want everybody to understand us, but we'll never even understand ourselves.
Yeah.
And then here comes Jordan B. Peterson, who says, the problem with the goddamn postmodernists is they don't have any fucking gratitude.
Yeah, it's post-structuralists are a heavy influence on postmodernists, and it's a whole fucking thing. It's a whole shit show. It's honestly... it makes sense on a certain level, but if we go far into that, then what's the fucking point of talking to each other anyway? Yeah, I know, right? Akka, being a philosopher sounds exhausting. For them, it's kind of, dude, it's honestly, I think it's erotic for some of these dudes.
Oh yeah.
How did the post-structuralists come to the truth that the truth cannot be known? Cassiopeia, there you go. I've talked about this before. It's been a while since I mentioned it. Shout out to Zach, wherever the fuck you are in the world. I dated a dude who had finished his master's in philosophy at Harvard and was on his way to do his PhD at Oxford. This is what you want to. Okay, so here's Kai on the couch, right? Here's Kai doing therapy. You want to know why I have such disdain for conversation in philosophic circles? It's because of Zach, right? I have sat down with somebody who is high level philosophy, right, with intention to go even further with that. And I've sat there at length and had numerous conversations with them. It is the most infuriating fucking thing a human being can do. It is, honestly, I would sit down, I'd blow Trump long before I would date another philosophy major. That,
you know, I've always been interested in like developing my own philosophy, you know, and like I was offered like all I had to do was publish this thing, and I was offered a doctorate in history and philosophy of science, but I'm a fucking asshole, so that didn't work out. So, but I've always been interested in like developing my own philosophy, and like natural philosophy I've always been interested in. But all these guys who go and they just quote people and everything, it's so confusing to me. And I didn't understand its purpose at all until recently, where they quote somebody's name and their idea because it actually gives you context on what exactly they fucking meant. And I just recently realized that.
yeah, that's about it. Like, but yeah, it's, oh God. Honestly, it is one of the most infuriating series of moments in my life. It's really, you can't say anything. You can't say anything. It's literally everything is meta-analyzed. And so it just becomes absolutely infuriating. It's like, dude, I remember this one conversation. Stopped off at the store, got a couple of bottles of wine, going over, right? Fucking, I'm not shitting you. Which bottle of wine should I open? Well, how do we really know what we want anyway? Zach, red or white? Red or white?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Work with me here. Right? Like, he immediately just is there. Like, he's just in that moment. Like, how does one truly know what they want anyway?
It's like when you're dating somebody and you're like, well, what do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? Or like, what do you want to eat? I don't know. What do you want to eat? But it's with fucking everything. It goes so fucking deep.
You want to know how it? What's for dinner? Just base it off that. Akka, we weren't having dinner that night. Well, I mean, something would be swallowed, but let's just put it that way. So like, you know what I did? I just fucking popped the white and just poured. I was like, you know what? Decision made. I'm just pouring the white because, like, you know, yeah. And honestly, like, you just fucking, you get him stoned. Honestly, Zach didn't smoke, so I have no idea what he would have been like on weed. I'm sure he would have been just intolerable. Drunk though, he was good. Get him liquored up and keep him liquored up. Perfectly fine. Like, it just dummy drug, right? Just pour some alcohol on that and slow it down and shut it up a little bit. And, you know, next thing you know, he's just fucking grinding on my leg and shit like that, right? He just turns into a horny little puppy. Cool. I could deal with that. But this is not the basis of a relationship. Wanting to fucking glass somebody every time they open their mouth is not a foundation for a healthy relationship. So yeah, we ended up going our separate ways. And as far as I know, he went to Oxford. He already had the acceptance. Like, he went to Oxford to finish his PhD in philosophy. God, he was absolutely insufferable though. And yeah, that's where, yeah, exactly, Puka. Thank you for the follow, AQ282 kill something, whatever. AQ, thank you for the follow. Christ, I'm glad I moved away from philosophy into discipline. Like, I mean, per Zach's own words, he said the only thing I can do with this degree is teach philosophy or become an attorney.
Yeah.
That was it.
Everybody I know with a philosophy degree is an absolute fucking psycho. Like they've all been to jail for legit reasons.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, dude, this is what he taught me. I was like, an attorney, and at that time I'm fucking young, right? Like, Zach was my first real gay date. That was, up until that point, I fucking closeted in high school. He was the first guy I actually went on a proper date with. Right?
Hey, shout out to you for not giving up.
And like he just, oh God, I asked him, I was like, what's the deal with the law thing? Right. It's fairly young at that point. And he said, basically, if you can argue the nature of everything in existence itself, you can pretty much argue whether somebody's not guilty or guilty. Like that was the foundation. Was like, yeah, philosophers don't really, like, if you're in certain schools of philosophy, right? Not all of them. Some of them are objectivists, right? Some of them believe in a reductionist view of the world. Some of them believe, but if you're in those subjectivist circles, what is up? What is down? What is murder? What is assault? Right? Like,
are you talking about moral relativism? I'm just kidding.
Yes, I am. And like Zach was in that camp. He didn't give a shit, right? Like he very much was in that sort of post gang territory of, it's like, what is, right? That Clinton fucking defense, he would have written that shit, right? Like, it depends. Depends what you mean by the word is.
There's like pantheists that they're like God isn't everything, like some sort of emanationist to some degree, that believes that evil cannot possibly exist, and if we think something is evil, it is because we've suffered a fault in our senses.
Well, I mean, that I would kind of agree with. But
I don't know, like Pol Pot.
I mean, but again, I'd say that it's just a human being doing like the extremes, right? It's not. It's the baggage attached to the word evil, right? Like,
yeah,
it has a religious. It has a religious connotation to it.
It does.
And that's the issue. Organized gaslighting. It kind of is, Night Loader. It kind of is like it's organized gaslighting.
Actually, today in my metaphysics class, that it was talking about the first concepts of time, and if time is actually space and if it's the same thing. And they said that one of the first thoughts about time was the greatest offense is the wasting of time, which is like one of the first things said about it. I can't remember who said it. It's one of those fucking Greeks, But when the wine bottle thing happens, you should just say that and just do whatever. Let's get a move on.
As far as okay, so this is purely like prehistory. One of the interesting theoretical or hypothetical.
I love Camus.
One of the hypothetical posits that have been put forth as to how human beings came to iterate time differently, right? Like there seems to be mammalian and animal tracking of time frames. That's a thing, lunar cycles and that sort of thing. They understand on some level, right? But this iterative change in how we perceived time may have been attached to the dawning realization of when men connected sex with pregnancy.
Yeah.
That isn't ours, it's mine.
Yeah.
Right? That moment of, oh shit, this group orgiastic experience that pre like tribalistic humanity would have been engaging in a very animalistic level would have led to the tribe's children, not your child. And that moment where we put that together, that, oh, him plus her equals 9 months, that changed the framework for how humanity sort of perceived structure, cultural structure, time structure, a whole host of things sort of collapsed down in that moment. And we became very individualistic. We became, these sorts of temporal individuals, as it were. And it just, it's one of those things you can't prove, who knows, fucking either way. But yeah, it's always been an interesting moment to think about that, like, for a long time, we didn't necessarily put that together due to weird group orgies that we would engage in.
Pussy will drive you crazy.
Development of agriculture created property ownership. Yep.
Pussy and shrooms.
Pussy and shrooms. Yep. It was a good time. Cassiopeia said, I was there. It happened exactly like you said. And I mean, what is truth? I mean, we don't, epistemology 101, kids. What is truth? Maybe Cassiopeia was there. How do we prove otherwise? Rumble. Thank you for the resale, Rumble.
This Lacan that I'm looking in, it seems like it's all like Lacanian psychoanalysis, right?
Yeah.
And I think what he tries to get people to realize is that there's really nothing there, and they're just structures built upon structures. And at that point, you become like, you kind of like hack your own system, I guess.
I mean, that's my, Jesus Christ, that's a thing.
But then you live horribly because everybody around you is trapped in the big other and jouissance. I need to check out Foucault. I know basically nothing about Foucault.
He's look.
He's bald as fuck. Be nice to him.
Look. Here's what you need to know about Foucault. Here's the asterisk, right? Like you'll do your own reading, but you need the asterisk because all these fuckers have an asterisk. You need the asterisk. He was just blatantly homosexual, and heavy in the BDSM scene, and later in life signed a letter recommending the reduction of the age of consent.
Oh my God.
Or outright elimination thereof.
To what, though?
What do you think?
I don't know him well enough, but bald, crazy BDSM philosopher, I'm thinking like 12?
He wanted it gone entirely.
Just gone? I knew he was gay, but I didn't know anything about him being big into BDSM.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. So there's your asterisk for Foucault. Yeah, he signed. He was a.
He would be fucking if he was around today. He would be so big on YouTube.
He would. He actually would. There's videos of like there's televised debates between him and Chomsky.
Oh really, Chomsky?
Oh yeah.
Oh nice.
Yeah,
I've been watching shit like that. I just had this Stephen Corner and somebody else debate that was very enjoyable. Me and Reverend Mito very much liked him. Stephen Corner's cool as fuck, but it was supposed to be a video about Wittgenstein, so I'm like, I'm gonna find all these classic fucks. Foucault versus Chomsky would definitely be one that I'd have to watch.
They do it. I forget where they did it. It's somewhere in Europe, but they do it in 3 languages. I think I think it was in the Netherlands because I think the broadcaster and the audience speak Dutch, but also Foucault is doing his part in French. Chomsky's doing his part in English. And so the audience, who is a live studio audience, is listening to this like high level debate in basically 3 languages. You're like, this is so European beyond belief. The only thing I wanted to say about Lacan before we moved on from him, if we were, was that he didn't believe human beings were able to self-realize or self-actualize.
Yes.
Yes. And so like in his view, we were eternally trapped. And
yes, that's what I gather.
And as somebody who's done like self-realization and changed my fundamental personality a few times in my life, I find that that's a fairly reductive and sort of like myopic view of the human experience, and maybe reflective of his experience, not necessarily the human experience.
But that may be actually some external pressure changing. I think that's what he would say. The external pressure changing the construct of self. But I loved his thing with the Joyce-Sans. I don't know anything about him. I'm just checking him out. I love checking out this nerdy shit and then laughing about it.
Yep, there's the list. There's the fucking list, Buddhist. Ugh. Okay, so if you look in chat, those names that Buddhist pumped into chat, those are all the signatories to the Get Rid of the Age of Consent letter.
Oh, Sartre too? Foucault, Derrida, Sartre. I don't know most of those guys. I know 3 of them. Well, I'm aware of 3 of them. I only kind of know one of them.
Yeah, Deleuze, or however the fuck we say that French bastard's name is also on there. Basically a whole bunch of post-structuralists. Yeah, like that list is post-structuralist central.
The problems with the goddamn post-structuralists is they want to get rid of age of consent.
Hashtag canceled. I do think we need to adopt fatal strategies to survive the hyper-real. Fuck you. Rumble, I want you to argue your point. Argue your thesis. You don't have to fucking go to town, but I want to hear you argue that one. Just a little bit.
It just popped into my head.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead.
For some reason, that made it pop into my head where I had this lady come into Podbean. I'm sure some sense will remember this. But she was pro-maiming. She wanted to run for Congress on a pro-maiming platform, and she was 100% serious. She wasn't like I would run for Congress on a pro-maiming platform, but it would be a joke, you know, the whole. But she was all for it, where it's like instead of like housing all these people, let's just cut off their hands, like in the Bible, right? And I'm like, this is not functional. You're actually making the problem worse and everything. But then she came back like a week later, and she was like, okay, so me and my husband talked about it. Maybe the maiming wasn't a good idea.
What a fascinating tack to take, Rumble. Because blood looks so much more like blood when it's black and white. That, dude, okay, so Rumble, that's actually... Golf clap, Rumble. I pick up what you're putting down. Now, I'm going to come at you from the other direction, Rumble. I think we should lean into hyperreality. I think what we consider the objective reality is just a plenum of existence anyway, and that due to our reductionary sensory organs that we use as a sort of, biomechanical, biochemical body that we have access to is just like scraping the surface of what existence really is. So this sort of objective reality that you're seeking a more black and white distinction of doesn't exist in the first place. It's a construct of our own making anyway. Therefore, we should probably just lean into the hyper reality, seeing as that seems to be our de facto state as a being. We should enhance it. We should glorify it. We should revel in it and just twist it and turn it on its head. And like augment reality and fucking virtual reality and fucking do all that shit, because that seems to be our true nature anyway as a species. There.
He's also checking out the Fermi paradox and some of the hypotheses of the Fermi paradox, which is like, how is it we haven't come across alien life yet?
Yep.
Some of them seem to be that, well, at some point, if an alien species gets smart enough and self-sufficient enough, what they're going to do is basically harvest all the power of their own star and then just live in a virtual world of their own making and just not give a shit about anything else.
I mean, that was Terrence McKenna's ANCOM. You didn't know I was a transhumanist? I've talked about that openly. Oh, yes, I'm a transhumanist. Not the weird eugenics-y kind. But yes, no, I'm a full-on transhumanist. Like, let's speed run this bitch. Like, can we get this technology? For sure, yes. Yeah, that was a McKenna fucking thing as well. He used to talk about how, like, if you had sufficiently advanced technology, what you would do is you would upload your collective consciousness into a supercomputer that you could then embed in the dimensional space itself. That, like, you would tie it to the very fabric of existence somehow. And once you do that, you can just exist for all eternity.
Like Black Mirror.
I've never watched it, so.
Oh shit, dude! You need to see the White Christmas Black Mirror. Like the first 2 seasons, there's so much beautiful shit there.
Wilhelm, wait, wow, Kai is actually based. I don't get to watch your stream a lot, so I don't know. I don't know a ton of your beliefs. Yeah, no, I am unironically, unabashedly a transhumanist. Ancom, I truly believe it. I think that it's the only way forward for our species. I think here's my argument, Ancom. I don't think we have. I think we're all already I think our species is transhumanist. I think the very nature of humanity is transhumanist. From the first moment that we picked up a stone to smash something because our fist wasn't hard enough to do it, right? To a spear because our arms weren't long enough and we wanted to reach out and use a projectile, right? Glasses. We have always been transhumanist. The very nature of our species is transhumanist. And it's just a matter of refining and adopting that technology closer and closer and closer. So yeah, I'm just for, like, keep running the road we're already running. We seem to be okay with it. I mean, we've already offloaded a good portion of our collective consciousness to these things, right? One of these days, this will be super powerful, and we'll be able to embed it, and we'll be able to connect to it with neural links, right? You'll have seemingly infinite memory. You'll have near instant recall of historical dates and facts and people, and we're headed there. I just accept the truth that is humanity. That's all. Yes. McKay. Yes. Fucking language. 100%. Like, I sincerely believe we've always been transhumanist. For all intents and purposes, the human species has always been transhumanist. It's never not been, for, as I said, all intents and purposes. I'm something of a transhumanist myself, continues feminizing in real time. Nice, Fina. Surely leaning in is a fatal strategy, one that's reasonable to adopt. Baudrillard transhumanizes. The apocalypse happened in the 80s. We were what's left. Rumble. I've argued before that the Mayans were correct and the world ended in 2012, and what we're experiencing is a shared collective delusion as humanity's collective consciousness shuts down simultaneously. That's why it's so fucked. I don't actually believe that, but yeah, it's a fun point.
I think it's valid.
I mean, it's in a world where fucking, the post-structuralists get to have a say. I don't know why I can't argue that. The only issue I have with transhumanism is that I don't think an individual mind can exist completely in circuitry without losing something. Whether that loss is significant or essential, I don't know. I still think something will be lost, and I want to understand what the loss will be, but I've always loved the idea of PCIs that let us experience new kind of reality. Well, I mean, it will be a long time until we get to consciousness upload. And calm. So I don't think we have to worry about that, and I think we may, through experimentation, blah 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 blah. Yeah, collective hypoxia. But augmented reality is the just tangible future that will change everything. It will change everything. Honestly, augmented reality, when that finally snaps off, contact lenses that are capable of high definition, like full spectrum sort of stuff, or glasses that are capable of high definition full spectrum with wireless hookups to cell phones and voice detection, voice recognition technology built in, that will change everything. It will overhaul the face of this world. There will be a plenum of reality that if you take those glasses off and you take your earbuds out, you won't experience. There will be a collective species on this planet seeing something that isn't necessarily there in the proper sense, right? We will start. That's the next step. That's the next step.
Yeah.
And it will be astounding to see. And I swear to God, they need to get this shit hammered out because I want to see it before I fucking die. I want to see how this affects humanity. All it's going to need is like a decade. You roll out proper AR technology, a decade will never be the same again. It'll be amazing.
The uploading consciousness has always been interesting to me, but it's like, I think that, you know, sure, that can happen at some point where it's like, you know, they can upload more or less my mind to something. Like if you get a good read, but it's like, that doesn't necessarily mean that I will transfer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, this is the transporter paradox, right? I mean,
I'm unaware of it.
Okay, so in any sci-fi transporter technology, yeah, and Cupcake, yeah, fucking all the Zoomers running around trying to catch Pokemon, right? There was something like, you humans spent 1 million years as downloads, but you always return to the same basic form, referring to the stereotypical bipedal humanoid form. Fair enough. So basically it is, in any sufficiently advanced sci-fi example of transporter technology, it's essentially a suicide booth.
Oh yeah, you just like talking about like a transporter like Star Trek, not just like even like an upload, like physically.
It's a suicide booth. That if we're going to digitize, which Star Trek maintains that they map to a quantum level, and then they digitize that, transmit the data, and then reconstruct that quantum format, that matrix of matrices of you, right? It's a suicide booth, and there's an entire like subplot with Barclay, who doesn't believe it's the same, and it's a whole fucking thing. Right? Like,
who's Barclay?
Barclay was one of the characters in Star Trek that had severe phobias involving the transporter technology. Because it murders you. Like that was the point he maintained, which Riker duplicate episode proved that explanation is utter bullshit. Well, actually, Ancom, what I would point out is that Barclay subplot line himself, because there are he and several other consciousnesses get trapped. He gets trapped in midstream during a transport and experiences and interacts with other separate consciousnesses in that sort of quantum space. And so there's a continuity of consciousness through the transport system. But that's the Star Trek writers and not Roddenberry who did that. That's the TNG writers and not Roddenberry himself who wrote that line. So I'm aware of the Star Trek nuances to it. But the actual brass tacks technology it's a suicide booth. Let's see. I have the Mayan point you just made. Consider the weaponization of the hyper-real Strugatsky twins, roadside picnic underpinning Putin's method of social control adopted by the West now. The hyper-real destroys the stability of the real from which we step forward upon. A blade can prepare a meal and it can slice your own throat. This is my argument. This is my argument. Every single thing humanity does has the capability to destroy us or lift us up to the next level. I'm okay with it. That's a thing I've accepted. I understand that basically every technological development that humanity makes can destroy us, or it could take us to that next step of evolution. Just how it works. That's the nature of humankind. We are capable of picking up anything off the shelf and bludgeoning someone to death with it. Doesn't really matter what it is. That's just who we are.
That's part of the Fermi paradox too, where it's like, you know, maybe every like alien civilization that got so good at stuff thought they were going to do the next great thing and then eventually just fucking fuck themselves. so bad through their own technology. And I've noticed recently too how, like, when I was a boy in more innocent times, I would see people and they'd be like, if humanity isn't careful, we're gonna end up destroying ourselves. But now it's like the given is, we're humanity, we're gonna destroy ourselves.
Yeah, I Amras, good morning, Amras. Fucking Switzerland checking in. Thank you for the resub, Amras. Yeah, it's stuff on the ground too. Yes, and that is tools are morally neutral. Yeah, I'm comfortable with it. I mean, this is, it probably comes from being a fucking, like, firearms guy, right? Like, having that sort of grounding in understanding, a very visceral grounding that, like, yeah, this thing can kill somebody. Like, that's what it's designed to do. It's designed to kill. Like, that is the function of that tool. It reaches out and destroys shit. But it can feed your family, too. It can prevent your friend from being raped. It's capable of subjective good, but it's also capable of destroying, right? Like, but it's just a tool. It's inert. It just sits there. It doesn't do anything until I pick it up and I point it at something and I make the decision to pull the trigger. Then it becomes activated. But short of that, it's just a fucking piece of steel. I have no hope for Luddites. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, guns don't kill people. People kill people. Hey, yeah, Amras. Another one of the Fermi paradox hypotheses is the Great Filter, where it's like, you know, if at certain points in like space travel just become untenable and like a huge pain in the ass, and you know, there are like other concepts of the Great Filter. But it's like at the same time, we just had this report come out where it's like, you know, some of these incidences with these UFOs or these UAVs or whatever, you know, we know what they are, but there's like 1/5 of them we don't know, and it's because we don't have the proper diagnostic tools to really understand what this shit is. So we'd actually need better diagnostic tools. So I don't know, maybe they're hanging out.
Taco Bell kills people's toilets. You know, does alien life exist? It'd be a super bummer if it doesn't.
It's pretty much has to.
I mean, it has to, but I mean, it also, well, see, here's the argument I've heard, and this is the argument that kind of works, right? The universe is young.
Yeah.
The universe is young. Like, despite the numbers we're talking about, the universe is actually pretty young. We could be one of the first. Like, imagine if we're the forerunner species of all the sci-fi stories, right? We're the forerunners. We're the precursor species, right? It's not impossible, right? It at least exists as some level of statistical possibility, as remote as that may be, right? Like, we could be the first higher sentient life. It'd be a fucking depressing ass day if that were true. And I given some of the numbers we're talking about, I would lean on the side of we're not. But again, when we're talking statistical probability and possibility is a whole other ballgame than probability. And so, you know, it's at least something to consider. That some species has to be the first.
Yeah, true. More depending on, I don't know. There's some time problems, but I think if you subscribe to, you know, Big Bang to Big Crunch and then back again, this iteration of the universe is got to be closer to the Big Bang than the Big Crunch.
No, it's fucking by miles and miles and miles.
Yeah, by a long way.
Yeah, we're an infant universe. Like, we're just babies. And so, like, we're at the front end of this. This isn't like, you know, so yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. And yeah, I agree. Fucking Sagan. The universe is a pretty big place. If it's just us, seems like an awful waste of space. Maybe it's there for us to grow into. You know, there is that. It's Star Trek lore, right? Correct? That the Vulcans, the Klingons, the humans, I forget who else, are all seeded. That we're shared. We're like common ancestor. There's some like OG Star Trek has an episode about this, that there is some sort of energy species that seeded a bunch of our planets.
The Scientologists?
Yeah, basically. I forget. It was Next Gen, not OG. All right. Was it? I'm thinking there's both. Cupcake. Because I'm distinctly remembering one from OG as well. No, it wasn't the Q goldfish. Rumble saying it's original Star Trek. No. I'm thinking it's both. I think it's just Star Trek lore. Like, I think it was established during... Yeah, the progenitors. Fuck, it was Next Gen. Dude, I'm telling you, like, I'm vaguely... Look, I don't know shit about shit. Who the fuck knows? But yeah, humans, Klingons, Vulcans, Andorians, Tellarites, Romulans, Kardashians, all of them were seeded from a progenitor species that left a message in the DNA of the species, according to ANCOM.
When you said Kardashians, I was like, what? And then I saw it and I was like, oh.
Yeah, yeah, like
fucking
that.
Kardashian.
We could be the forerunner. We could be the precursor species, right? Like that's a fucking hypothetical possibility. That like our destiny is to master genetic alteration technology and just faster than light travel and all these technological outlier examples that we could possibly master as a species, and then to spread ourselves to the stars and be like, yeah, let's like drop something on this planet, let's drop something on that planet, let's drop something over there on that planet, and sit back and transcend the physical and observe. It's a possibility. I'm sitting here. Good.
We need self-replicating space robots to do some of this work for us, because
that will knock that out, no problem. We're already on top of that one.
Once that gets going and they're any good, that's gonna be a good thing.
If we're the ancient gods that kind of fucks us as anarchists, it depends how democratized that technology is, Nightloader. If that technology is so prolific that just as I'm able to fucking all this shit sitting here, right? Like all of this is available at like the lowest consumer level, right? Like if we get to that point where it truly is just something we can do as a species, just as your child can pick up a fucking cell phone and reach out and fucking FaceTime with some dude on the other side of the planet. If it really is that level of distribution of those high level technologies, I think there's plenty of room there for it.
It'll be so fucking weird when like somebody from another planet contacts us for the first time and it's a Mormon.
Fucking South Park. Fucking.
How did they do that?
No, there's yeah.
I missed it if they did it.
He'd like that sci-fi series I recommended. I'll remind him when he's old and stuff. Which one, Rev? I'm sorry. Which one? We have enough zealots at home. Fair enough.
Yeah, it'll be a fucking or it'll be like an alien missionary. I'll be like, does your planet have a minute to talk about our Lord and Savior?
Well, I mean, that's the fucking, what was the little brown Ethiopian kid that got a hold of the spaceship?
Man, I must have missed some fucking South Park. I love South Park too, because I don't know what you're talking about. I know the kid that you're talking about. Buckle up, buckaroo.
Yeah, he Starvin' Marvin. Thank you, Rev. Starvin' Marvin. he gets a hold of a fucking spaceship and flies to, like, I forget what fucking planet. And the Catholics are in a race to build a spaceship to get there first so they can fucking convert everybody. Yeah.
I must have seen that. I was probably just way stoned.
It'd be Suzanne Summers is the fucking, like...
Oh my god, this all comes together.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had to have seen this, but I don't remember it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a whole fucking thing.
They used to shit on Suzanne Summers so much.
I miss those early episodes. So science fiction novels. Oh, there's a lot of these, aren't there? Oh yeah. Okay. There's a lot of these. There's a minute of these. Jesus Christ, Rev. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe one day I'll get into that. Jesus. How do they retcon the Bible to allow for aliens? I mean, all of these. I've heard. I don't know whose take that was. It was some satirical or comedic take about how Jesus encountered a fucking alien and literally says to the alien, one of my father's other pet projects. I forget what that's from. But they'll, in an instant. You really only need the first three. Duly noted. Aliens are just angels. I mean, fuck, those drawings of angels are insane. I can type, I swear. Yeah, here we go. This sort of shit. Dude, drawings of angels are crazy as fuck. They're all
got like a bull and an eagle.
Oh, they're always weird as shit. Like this is like, yeah, this is fairly traditional actually, this top part.
It's got Hellraiser vibes.
Yeah.
Was the other one using a hula hoop? There's like a head. The hula hoop.
Yeah. The angelic, the biblical descriptions of angels are fucking crazy as shit. That's one of those things. Evangelion, yeah, I've never fucking, I'm sorry, I skipped that shit.
Substance loves Evangelion. So does Wampus.
I didn't have time for it, man. I just didn't have time for it.
I hear you. I'm too cool for that shit too.
I look, biblical allegory, fucking, isn't okay. So somebody who's an Evangelion person, the giant suits are just giant people, right? Like this is just sort of like offhand knowledge. I remember somebody referencing, right? Like the sort of, all right. I'll take the sort of. Basically. Okay, cool. All right. So they're just basically getting into other people and piloting them. They're biological clones of angels with human souls. All right. You know what? I'm just going to go with their giant people. Got it. Cool. Thanks. I'm just gonna keep going. I made a bowl of beans. There are many beans here and a savory sauce with onions. Also, mushrooms are involved. Congratulations, boss. Good job on your bean bowl.
So, you know what Substance is doing?
What?
She's reading Infinite Jest.
Oh, Jesus. Some sense.
So somebody's reading David Foster Wallace's book. I mean, good for him, but she's really enjoying it. And I'm enjoying it too because she'll tell me what's going on. And I'm like, sweet, I don't have to read the fucking book.
Digital or
There's a lot of reading.
Digital or physical?
I checked it out for her from the library.
Oh, props. I honestly, like, most readers have started. That's if you're a reader, like you're a reader.
She is. She's a great reader.
There's a high probability you have at least started Infinite Jest. Now, as to how many of us finish it, that's another matter entirely. And as to how many of us actually manage to keep track of that monolithic story, that's an even smaller percentile for sure. How are you enjoying the footnoting process? Some sense.
It's a workout too. She's getting ripped. She's getting lots of that book is like half her weight.
David and his fucking footnotes are goddamn amazing. I save footnotes for later. David always thought you should read them in line, if I remember correctly. Right? Like it's you hit your footnote and you read the footnote, and then you go back and reread the thing that needed the footnote. Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course he was insane. He's David Foster Wallace. He's one of the greatest writers of all time. Like he's legitimately crazy as fuck. Yeah. Who writes Infinite Jest? Right? Like the book is batshit. All right.
She's totally into it too. We were watching like Worse and Worse television, and I'll go hang out with her a little bit. But now she's just got her little light on, and she's in bed and she's reading, and she's like, "What do you want? Go away."
He's honestly, I unabashedly like. I love the man. I find that fascinating. We were contemporaries for one of the greatest authors mankind has ever produced. We lived at the same time in the same country, right? Like we have television interviews with this guy. It's fucking crazy as shit. Yeah, I have nothing but admiration and fucking just love for the man. But yeah, it's not surprising he checked out early.
That's back in the day when we had Pee-wee crack PSAs. Now we just got Ben fucking Shapiro.
I know, right? We have TV interviews with Ayn Rand too. How dare you bring that name into the same fucking? I saw a great what was it? How is it? Yeah, okay. It was spelled this way. I'm gonna put it in chat. There you go. Anarcho-capitalist. For the ANCAPs, fucking one of the anarchist spaces that I was involved in, that I'm involved in. Somebody brought up ANCAPs and they're like, "Oh, you mean anarcho-capitalists?" Like that. That there, I'm stealing that just instantly. That's my property now. Like, yeah, and yeah, who said it? Zen. Hey there, Zen. Corkboard, cards, yarn, push pins, and Infinite Jest. It's difficult to like. It is. It's a fucking undertaking trying to read Infinite Jest. It's a whole thing. You can tolerate ANCAPs now. No, see, I'm an anarchist. I can't tolerate ANCAPs because they're not a thing. So it's just not a thing. I'm sorry. I'll fucking fight Scott on this any day of the week. And you can't be an anarchist and be a capitalist. It's just not a thing you can do. Fuck Rothbard. There. There's this much of a spiel on that one that I'm gonna do. Samson said, "Yeah, suicide-y as fuck." Yeah, no, I mean, there's no getting around the fact that like David was not. He wasn't supposed to stick around to 80. Like that wasn't in the cards for David. Yeah. But I mean, if you finish it, some sense, mad props. Dude. I
think she's into it.
It's a workout. It's a fucking. Well, the thing is, we're all into it. It's just a matter of life, right? Like something happens and you have to put it down, and you get distracted for a month or 3, and then you lose your momentum because it takes momentum to finish that book. That book is work to read. Now I feel like I need to catch up on the footnotes and do it right. You do some sense. Honestly, you just need to start over. I'm not fucking with you. I'm serious when I say that. You need to start over. The book is a nightmare to read sometimes. But yeah.
That's how you're supposed to do footnotes.
Yeah, you read the sentence or read the passage that ends in the footnote, consult the footnote, add that to your mental image, then go back and reread the sentence or passage that led to that footnote, now knowing what you know about it. This is how Infinite Jest was intended to be read. This is why I asked digital versus physical, because this is actually easier to do with a physical copy than a digital copy. If you have two devices to work off of, then you could do digital pretty easily. But physically, it's easier just to keep a tab on your, little fucking Post-it in your footnote section on the page you are presently on and fucking flip back and forth as needed. Rev, if you have to read them in real time, why the fuck are they footnotes?
They probably just messed with the flow of the narrative.
David was... Rev, have you ever read David Foster Wallace? If you haven't, listen to the audiobook Consider the Lobster. This is the entry point that I recommend for people to understand David Foster Wallace as an author, as a human being. Consider the Lobster. He was commissioned to do an essay on the Maine Lobster Festival. And it starts as normal enough. You think that you're reading a piece on the Maine Lobster Festival. It's, culinarily driven.
It was for like a food magazine, right? Or something?
Yeah, it was. And you're like, oh, okay, like this is just a fluff piece for the Maine Lobster Festival. Before you know it, you will be discussing at length the anatomy of lobsters. In depth, you will be discussing the philosophical and ethical ramifications of how lobsters are cooked and dispatched and cooked in a variety of ways. You will be discussing the ethical ramifications of such mass consumer entity, tourist-driven type things as the Maine Lobster Festival. You will be... It's like that. This is how his brain worked. Is if David was going to talk about something, if he was going to write about something, he's going to all of those avenues, right? Like all of those ancillary things attached that you're like, oh, what about that? Just shut up and wait. He'll get to it, right? Like he's going to explore that avenue. That's how his brain worked. And so there's some of us that think that same way. Viva too. Viva just in chat just now. Oh, he's like me. There's some of us whose brains work that way. And for us, there's nothing like it. Like he's a world-class historically graded world-class author. And his brain happens to work the same way as some of ours. Right? There's very few experiences like that in life that you're like, oh, I get this, right? Like you could just sit back and coast because David is in charge. Don't worry about it. He'll do what you need him to do. And so, yeah, Consider the Lobster is the entry point that I recommend for people. And listen to the audiobook because he reads it himself. So the audiobook for Consider the Lobster, as read by David himself, is a treat. I think
there's a video of him reading it on YouTube.
Oh, that's
sure. I think that's what Some Sense told me is where she caught it. And when she said she liked it, I was like, okay, I got it for her. See if she wanted to read it.
Rumble, my partner complains I talk like that. Yeah, I mean there's people who work that way. Jesus Harold Christ, I get such shit for thinking that way. Then tech support, you would enjoy reading David Foster Wallace. He is for a specific type of person. If you're the like, oh, just get to the fucking point kind of person, and you know that he's not for you. He's not going to get to the fucking point. He's going to explore every possible avenue. He's going to do levels of character development and backstory that you're going to find insufferable. Oh, there it is. Oh, God. Yeah. Absolutely batshit insane page layout, too. Let's see. I want to see if that's actually on YouTube.
Isn't that where you saw it, honey? I think that's where she said she saw it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a reading of him. There's a reading of it.
A note for the listener.
Oh, it's just a still. Okay, so it's yeah. Okay.
A note.
This is just a still image of him fucking at a podium, not actually reading it.
For the listener. This is David.
Look at his hair. Fuck him, man. Fuck him.
Oh, I mean, here's his
the right.
That's how most of his fans remember him. The bandana.
Yeah.
He rocked the bandana. That was him.
That's how he was in that movie.
Listener. This is David Foster Wallace. I sometimes use footnotes in these essays, which presents kind of a nasty problem for an audiobook. Where do the footnotes go? There is no bottom of the page in an audiobook, obviously. So here's a solution. Footnotes are usually in a smaller font than the main text. Time Warner's audio director feels that a workable equivalent of two different fonts here could be two different sounds for my voice. So when my voice sounds the way you're hearing it now, I'm reading from the main text. And when my voice sounds like this, I'm reading a footnote. The footnote sound is a little smaller, but that's why they're audio footnotes. If you hate the whole idea, please know that it's not my fault.
Yeah, that is the audiobook of David Foster Wallace, Consider the Lobster. Honestly, if you've never read David Foster Wallace, listen to Consider the Lobster. If you hit the end of that and it doesn't click, feel free to move on. But if you hit the end of that and you go, that was amazing, there's a lot more material out there for you to start enjoying. You've already read fucking Finnegan's Wake. I used to be able to quote some Finnegan's Wake. Up the Ghent Prospector for that. Oh God, I can't do it anymore. It's somewhere.
That's what's his face, isn't he? Super famous guy, little round glasses. What the fuck is his name? Finnegan's Wake.
James Joyce.
James Joyce. Yeah, thanks. My brain doesn't work. Okay, God damn it. God.
Let's see. And Finnegan's Wake is a masturbatory exercise in language as well.
Yeah, it's all what do you call it? Free thought. What is it?
Yeah, free associative writing and shit like that. All right, let's see. Maybe here. Who knows? I'm the asshole that literally takes people aside at work to discuss Nash equilibriums, the prisoner's dilemma, and how the misreading of this shit has fundamentally fucked our world. I often bring up a movie, A Beautiful Mind. Oh God, fucking yeah. I mean, that movie fucking left out a whole lot about Nash, didn't it? Oh fuck it!
But it's all convenient. Everything they left out was convenient, though.
Yeah, don't mind that. Don't mind that. Fucking don't just. Fucking that ain't gonna make for a great movie. And talked about the card game Nash invented to cultivate the right culture in the CIA as their contractor. Yeah, and fucking Nash. Oh. fucking David Foster Wallace. There's interviews with him. There's fucking him reading audiobooks. I have the Infinite Jest audiobook too. Like it's huge.
Okay, how long is that?
Well, let me pull it up and
like 35 hours or something.
It's not a small amount. Give me a second. It's like a
Who
day.
reads it?
Yeah, it's like a day and a half or something like that. Let's see, library.
I wonder who would read that.
Oh, it's read by David.
Oh, he read it himself.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Infinite Jest?
Yes, cancel. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was it's Sean Pratt. It's Sean Pratt.
Oh.
It's in his own words. It's done by David. Okay, so hold on.
Simpson said she saw an interview with David Foster Wallace where he's like, I don't really remember Infinite Jest anymore.
It's 56 hours and 12 minutes long.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's impossible to retain Infinite Jest. I'm sorry. Like it is. There's you'll hold snapshots, you'll hold pieces. I mean, dude, it's an interwoven series of stories that are so intricate and detailed that how could you possibly remember it? They're like here for everybody. Here's what you need to know. I'll literally read you the setting and summary of this movie. Right. The novel takes place in a future world. The United States, Canada, and Mexico together compose a unified North American superstate known as the Organization of North American Nations, or ONAN. It's an allusion to onanism, aka masturbation. It's literally, yeah, it's a down low reference to masturbation.
Nice.
Corporations are allowed the opportunity to bid for and purchase naming rights for each calendar year, replacing traditional numerical designations with honorary monikers being corporate names. The narrative is fragmented and spans several named years. Most of the story takes place during the year of the Depend Adult Undergarment, or the YDAU. On the orders of U.S. President Johnny Gentile, a clean freak who campaigned on the platform of cleaning up the U.S. while ensuring while ensuring that no American would be caused any discomfort in the process. Much of what used to be the northeastern United States and southeastern Canada has become a giant hazardous waste dump. An area given to Canada known as the Great Concavity by Americans due to the resulting displacement of the border. It takes place in 9 different years. And the location, it takes place in multiple locations across 9 different years, and has like, 5 major characters that you're going to need to follow, an academy with 3 students that you're going to need to follow, a drug and alcohol recovery house with 2 major characters that you're going to need to follow, and it's a group of wheelchair assassins. Let's just leave it at that. It's a group of wheelchair assassins with 1 major character that you're going to need to follow, and then 6 recurring characters that you're going to need to follow. And it is massive. It is 1,079 pages. This is Infinite Jest. Yes, some sense it constantly ties together in a way. No, these are not. They are. Sometimes you'd be like, oh, it's a separate. It's not. It's not a separate story. This isn't like an anthology. This is a singular story he's telling, to the tune of 1,079 pages, with like 24 major characters that you're going to need to track. With it is across 9 years. It's an absolutely ridiculous undertaking to attempt to read and comprehend Infinite Jest.
Does 1,079 pages include the footnotes?
Yes, it does. Yeah, that's footnotes included.
Thank God.
Cat, it's not bloated. That's the thing. It's not bloated. It really isn't. It is a magnum opus. There's room for that. Right, there's room for a fucking pamphlet, but there's also room for a magnum opus. It just takes somebody special to write it. Most people, that would be bloat. With David Foster Wallace, it's an intricately crafted narrative that is, depending on who you talk to, second to none. It is, some sense, and the characters are fleshed the fuck out. They are. No, like, none of it is. It is legitimately, and I mean, 1,079 pages. Think of some of the book series that people love, right? They hit into that territory. David just had the gumption. He had the cojones to say, I'm going to do it in a single book. It's crazy as shit. And yeah, he could have made it longer. I bet he cut so much. Honestly, like, I'd love to see some of his notes for that book. That's because, I mean, he was batshit insane. I'd love to see some of his notes for that book. Rev says, I'm partway through a 16-book series of which most books are 800 pages and up for the 4th or 5th time. Yeah, see? Like, 1,079 pages isn't bloated. It really isn't. It's just, there's very few people that would attempt to tell that story in one go. And David did it. And this is why it's one of those books. Dude, it's high literature. And yeah, and Kat, I bet you'd enjoy it. It's meta-modernism with a hysterical realism. It's postmodernism. Like, David hated postmodernists. He absolutely hated it.
Because of the gratitude?
His general opinion was the sort of satirical take on reality and the undermining and the commodification of irony ruined writing. He was very adamant about how that sort of embraced irony that ended up being like, are you wearing that shirt ironically culture? That he saw what that was doing to writers' rooms, TV, movie, and, print. That it was sort of ruining an aspect of it actively, and he witnessed it. And he was very critical of it. So yeah, he was a postmodernist. Wordy, hey Wordy, you want to do it on the air? I mean, just say no. But I know you've got questions, Wordy, so if you want to do it on the air. Irony, a poisoned egoist. Yeah, Wordy. Swing on through. Oh, you're already there. Hey, Wordy, do the thing that you're already doing.
Hi, I'm already existing.
That was mistake number one.
Yeah.
Newt Lily, thank you for the follow. So yeah, that I suppose that ends some sense. Keep me updated. I really want to follow you and live vicariously through you experiencing Infinite Jest.
Yeah, I'm loving it when she tells me about it, where she's at in it. She'll tell me kind of like the story of what's going on. I'm like, oh, okay.
Is that along the lines of there can be no symbols anymore, only cliches? I mean, God, I don't want to reduce that to a yeah, basically, but yeah, basically. So, what you got for me, Wordy?
Yeah, I'm currently dealing with anarcho-existential crisis, basically.
All right, well, I've had a few of those.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm trying to, like, I've accidentally been speed running post-leftism.
Okay. Who you been reading?
Nobody. basically I just talk to a lot of my friends and like just like kind of like I listen to I don't read people. I'm more like I like I listen to like YouTubers or whatever. And so like it started off like I was like, okay, so I talked to enough people and I'm like, I don't feel firm enough in any of my like my own frameworks. I'm like, I need to create my own framework. And I'm like, how do I create my own framework? Well, I have to start from myself because it's the only way I can like think of anything. And so I started going with like, okay, it's like egoism a little bit. And it's like, like you go down like Max Stirner a little bit, where I read just like a little bit, just kind of to get a framing. And I'm like, okay, down this. And I'm like, this is really depressing. Fuck this. And I'm like, all right. And then I'm like, well, collectivism is also rough in itself too. And so I'm like, okay, there's this line here. And so currently I'm on the line of like where anarchism, it's like trying to abolish like formal institutions of hierarchies and minimize the extent of unofficial hierarchy. So we can like kind of maximize freedom. Like, cool. I'm like that. It's the problem comes is like my girlfriend, she's like, she thinks capitalism's based and shit, and so like I get a lot of influence from her in my head, and for me the reality is just like society is just like and it's just like it's coercive. It's people are driven to create hierarchies, but people also are empathetic to some extent, and it's the frustration is that line between empathy and individual agency.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just
no. Some sense this isn't Baby Cat by miles. No, this isn't Baby Cat. Cat would fuck Wordy's head up even worse. So, how did you arrive at this sort of post-anarchist existential crisis that you're laying?
Yeah. So, the realization is like everything to some extent is like hierarchy, like or like coercive, right? Is like morals are kind of coercive because it drives you to make these decisions that aren't necessarily in your best self-interest, but at the same time we create morals because we kind of don't want people to like inflict things upon each other. And it's like where to some extent you kind of have to accept society itself kind of just like necessitates some level of like coercion on people.
Okay.
And then from there, it's like, okay, well, if you're an anarchist, you're like, you can't be against all coercion. You have to be against like certain kinds of coercion or official formal states of coercion. And it's like, okay. And it's just like the problem comes for me is like, I'm using that analysis, but it's not like getting in my head or getting in my gut, like where it's like you're going full like theory, logic brain, but then like, your stomach's like, oh shit, this is like hell.
So like, here's who you need to. I know you don't like to read. You like to watch fucking YouTube people, but
I'll read if it's like really fucking useful.
Well, here's who you need to read. You need to read Saul Newman. This will even wrap nonsense into it. Newman uses Cat. You don't fucking freebase Stirner. No, never freebase Stirner. But Newman uses Jacques Lacan and
yes.
Max Stirner. See, there's fucking nonsense. It's just nonsense. Been reading up on Jacques Lacan.
Lacan has great hair, by the way, but fuck him.
It uses a sort of a Foucaultian power dynamic analysis, but founds it upon Lacanian and Stirnerist sort of modalities of operation. Because what you need to do is embrace the autonomous modes of thinking and acting that post-anarchism actually brings to the table. There is Foucault will sort of teach you that like the decisive will not be governed, right? And Stirner is going to teach you that that underlying all of this for all of us, whether you accept it or not, is this sort of egoist-driven modality. And so when you sort of build this Lacanian, Foucaultian, and Stirnerist mode of operation together, what you come to understand is that even if it is coercive by your sort of traditionalist, almost Goldman-esque or, more almost like, let's go with Proudhonian sort of societal coercion, that it's not. Is that this is what they will impart into you, is that they're willing participants. Whether they are or aren't, they are. At the end of the day, that there isn't this nebulous area for you that like, oh, we're being coercive. No, you're not. Because that's not how things work in people's brains. And whether you want it to or not. And so, yeah, I would recommend read Saul Newman's Post-Anarchism. It's not a big book. It's not a big book. Also, if you really get to that point that you're like, okay, like I'm struggling, Dwayne Roussel, After Post-Anarchism. It's a bigger book, but that will actually get you into like the meta-ethical analysis of post-anarchism and that sort of territory, which is going to be a little more associative to the like existential crisis you're feeling. But I think Newman alone can get you over that hump.
Okay. Because like, well, you could technically make the argument that anything like on some level, like there's like formal levels of coercion. Like you think about like if a person's holding a gun directly to your head, you're like, oh, that's pretty explicit, right? Person's not going to consent freely to that. But if you think like it's like implicitly, right? You're driven to hunger, right? And if like people in different institutions both like minimize your ability to use the land, minimize your autonomy, all these other aspects, right? Is you don't think that they're doing this to some extent, but you think, okay, well, I have no choice. And it's like, you could make that argument about anything technically.
Well, but I mean, this is the thing. If you truly are finding yourself in an existential crisis, you're going to find that the subjectivists are going to win, right? We were sort of talking about this a little earlier. The objectivist versus subjectivist version of reality, and this is the post-structuralists, because we were talking about post-structuralists, right? There's no way to ever bridge that gap if you're firmly mentally in that space. And so, one, I would suggest read Newman and then back off the theory, because this is what we've spoon some soup or make a sandwich is what we've come to say in this space, at least as anarchists. So read Newman, Post-Anarchism by Saul Newman. It's not big. You can fucking burn through it in probably a weekend, no problem. Read that, digest it, and then go volunteer at a soup kitchen.
Right. Yeah.
It's
like,
yeah.
It's basically just like so in my fucking head that it's like it's a state of like constantly critiquing even any framework, and I'm like, I don't want to slip into this noise space.
Yeah, it's okay. So yeah, you're in that space where you're contemplating post-anarchist philosophies, which is weird. But at the end of the day, sort of, okay, so this is how I explain post-anarchism to people. You're already an anarchist, you just didn't know it. Right. And so that just didn't know it part is a massive compression of a data set of societal coercive influences, peer pressures, these, capitalism, all of these sorts of things have been literally boiled down and distilled into you just didn't know it. Right. Miseducation, purposeful disinformation campaigns, all of these things come under the heading of you just didn't know it. But it starts with you were already an anarchist, right? And so this is a reference mostly to the sort of Lacanian Stirnerist philosophy of, yeah, it's a union of egos. And when you start like bringing in that Foucaultian dynamic, power dynamic analysis to the Lacanian insight into like psyche, and then the Stirner belief that like, yeah, look, like at the end of the day, it's you agreeing to it, right? Whether you wanted to or not, whether you had no choice or not, it is you agreeing to it. And then it's Foucault bringing in that like, yeah, and then what that builds is power structures and power dynamics in society. And then the anarchist view of this and the social anarchists can come in and layer on top of that and make it not might makes right, which is what fucking Stirner would have, right? So you just sort of have to layer these things on top. But once you understand that base level of where and how post-anarchism comes into play, which Newman will help you with. Once you get a grasp on that, step back from the theory for a little bit and you just go do some direct action.
Yeah.
Just get some shit done. Like
just get involved in more like fucking local council shit. Like the problem is like, it's just like, I don't want to be in my head all the time, constantly not having any frameworks.
Dude,
I don't want that.
The theory only goes so far. Like this is what I'm thankful for, is that I came from direct action into theory. Like I didn't start as a theory head. I became a theory head. But what you have to remember is all of it is grounded in a bunch of people who said, you don't have the right to tell me what to do, and I'm going to help my neighbor in spite of you. Right? So don't forget that. Never forget that. Right? Like, as Kat said, don't get philosophically stun locked. Right? Like, you have to, this is why I'm telling, this is my official guidance as an anarchist educator, is to resolve the current existential crisis that you're dealing with. Read Saul Newman's Post-Anarchism and then go fucking volunteer at a soup kitchen or something equivalent. Whatever your version of volunteering at a soup kitchen is, go do that, because one, that shit needs to digest and it needs to like soak in, and but also it'll get you out of your head and you'll be just better for it. You'll be like, yeah, you know what? I fed a dude today. Right? Like I made a difference. The thing I did today made a difference, and nobody ordered me to do it. Nobody made me do it. I did it because of solidarity with my fellow man, because I believe in mutual aid.
All right.
So Wordy, I know I'm nonsense, by the way. The crisis, is it coming from like this need for like purity and like this ideal like anarchist situation versus the impracticality delivered to us via human behavior?
I think because it's like, well, there's two lines to run here. Is either you accept society, you accept coercion has to exist, or you just go full anarcho-primitivism, like fuck society. And I'm like, I don't want that. And then from there, you can run down the line. It's like, okay, well, if you're in society, like, what kinds of coercion do you accept? What kind of hierarchies do you accept? What kind of power do you accept? And it's like, well, if you think about it, like the way our society is, like, a lot of people are fucking stupid. But it's just like, if we want to maintain society, the state has made itself so fundamentally necessary that if we just abolish it automatically, we get fucked.
Well, here's where so here's a lesson that I can personally bring to the table. We're not ready, Wordy. We're not ready.
We're not.
You have to remember that. As an anarchist, you have to remember 99% of society isn't ready yet. We're not ready for it. This isn't something that's going to happen in your lifetime. It'll happen on a microcosmic scale, but not on the macro. And don't think about it that way. You will drive yourself crazy doing that. Anarchistically organize a mutual aid network with your neighbors and people who live in the apartment complex or whatever. Do that stuff. Use it as the tool and lens of analysis that it is, and affect change on the microcosmic scale. But if you focus on that macro, you're going to go fucking crazy, because humanity isn't there yet. Check it off the fucking bingo cards. I know I'm about to do the shtick. We're the torchbearers. If you truly understand these ideas and you believe in them, you don't get to pass through the gates with this one. We're handing off a torch. That's all we're doing. Somebody in the future generations is going to. We just have to keep these ideas alive and spread them as much as we can so that they stay alive. But until that day comes that humanity's ready, bro, don't drive yourself crazy with it. And Rogue, thanks for the resub.
Humanity will never be necessary or ready.
Well, the thing you got to appreciate is the problem with so many people as individuals right now and how we act is because, we've grown up in this authoritarian society. in this very propagandized society. And the reason why it would be like hey, somebody snaps their fingers, boom, it's an anarchist society. We wouldn't know what the fuck to do because we're too busy living in this authoritarian society. We have no idea what to do. You're talking about power dynamics and everything, and how there's a difference between there being like a gun to your head and then being starved to death. But so much of coercion happens in authoritarian societies implicitly, right? And like exactly what Kai is saying, what we got to do is sort of diversify and have other anarchy-based institutions to just sort of chip away at that. And then also like a mass awakening of an individual, of each individual to, have these ideas to go out, to branch out, to become stronger. So in the future, we can work towards that type of a society, a better non-authoritarian society where, individuals will make their own choices instead of like this top-down, very parasitic situation that we're living in now.
Sure.
But
you're
absolutely right. It'd be a terrible idea right now.
Well, I mean, that's again, like if you read, and again, I know you're not, but if you read like Structural Anarchist Manifesto by Bellemare, he literally explicitly states like we have to teach people how to conduct micro revolutions. You can't talk about a macro revolution before people understand the concept. And to understand a concept, you have to experience it to some degree or another. And so we have to talk about micro-fascism, and we have to talk about micro-authoritarianism, and we have to talk about micro-revolutions within those spaces because people need experience. Because tent poles, I'm just calling out an essay. Basically, one of the primary 3 tent poles that is propping up all this bullshit is a poverty of philosophy, not the Marxian poverty of philosophy that was a rebuttal to the philosophy of poverty that Bakunin wrote. The poverty of philosophy, dude, we've been denied the tools necessary to conduct these analyses. We've been denied the tools of understanding, of insight into these systems and their possible alternatives. And they keep you on a fucking financial hamster wheel the whole time, so you don't have time to pick this stuff up usually. Right. And if you happen to, along the way, pick up some of these tools and you figure out how to use them and you figure out where you need to use them, don't worry, the cops will be coming. Right? So it is a well-reinforced matrix.
Well, okay. So I think there's an argument to be made is that systems existing don't require kind of like individual bad actors. The system is created by bad actors, but the individuals who survive within the system after those bad actors fade away are maintaining the system because it's all they know. Like you think
that's why you got to diversify.
Well, yeah, like you think of like people like Biden it's authoritarian in nature, but he doesn't think he's being authoritarian. He thinks he's doing what's right.
I don't know. I think
he just thinks he's a piece of shit and he's banking in.
No, I think he'd probably cop to it if you got him fucking cornered.
Yeah. But see, a lot of us don't even understand what our power actually is. Like all human power eventually comes from cooperation, right? And I've been saying for years, like for a micro revolution, what you should do is not cooperate with bullshit, right? If a company is harming people, don't give them your money, right? If something happens that is not promoting another person's freedom, not just yours, don't cooperate with that shit. And once we... and you don't even have to do it like overtly. You don't have to even go out and like march or whatever. Just don't fucking support it, and then that will, give momentum against whatever the fuck that thing is.
Yeah. Wordy, also, Kat would just like to, and I'm pretty sure I know where you're going with this, Kat, so I'll correct me if I take it in the wrong direction. Kat wanted to ask you if there's ever, in your opinion, has there ever been 100% philosophically consistent or fully developed political revolution or mass shift?
No.
Okay. So then get over it.
Purity ain't going to happen.
Yeah. You're attempting to purity test something that can't be purity tested, right? Like humanity doesn't work that way. And the more you concern yourself with, the more you focus on that, is, look, notate the concerns, set them to the side, and fix where you can fix. But you're never going to hit that 100%. And striving to, about where I was going with it, brother. Yeah, Kat, you and I have done this enough times. We can fucking tag team. Like it doesn't matter at the end of the day. And the more you focus on that, the more you're going to drive yourself insane trying to do it.
Nothing will ever be perfect. Absolutely nothing. It's just, an improvement.
Yeah. Like it's a direction. Perfection is a direction you head. It's not a destination you reach.
It's a constant journey.
Yeah. Like when you reach 100%, you realize that there's still like another 100% to do. Right? Like that's what anybody who grows in a field understands is the surface space, right? The actual surface area of knowledge increases every time you learn something, but that the counter property to that is that your ignorance grows with it as well. The more you learn, the more you realize you don't know shit. And the same goes with that sort of philosophically consistent political ideology, is that the more you strive for that seeming perfection, the more you realize is that perfection is nigh unattainable because we're humans. That's
actually the whole like need for purity is a thing that cripples so many movements and so many good things all the time. Propagandists against something will go out and float that immediately. And it's like now, there's a great meme that even points that out that comes up on this show all the time, the well guy. At some point it ends up, we live in a society, so it's like nothing's ever going to be perfect. So why even try? But, it's like, why don't we shake off these fucking parasites and live as free people? Nothing's ever going to be perfect. We just have to accept that. But things can be a whole fucking lot better.
Yeah, some goldfish. Yeah, some smart Jewish guy that likes physics. As our circle of knowledge expands, so does the circumference of darkness surrounding it. Kat pointed out Trump was one of the most powerful people in history, and I have a sneaking suspicion he didn't read Adam Smith or Edmund Burke.
So,
live free. Hashtag live free.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
I feel you.
It's like that. It's like underlying all of this. It's kind of this recognition that as long as people exist, as long as society exists, the idea of like perfection it doesn't exist in like actual practicality.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
It's a pursuit.
Sure.
What do you do? Do you have projects?
I play D&D. I'm in the Twitch politics space, so it just like
that's cool.
It's like it gets in your head a lot.
So D&D, like that's what we're looking for is something other than I'm a like I guess the way I compartmentalize, I don't engage in any of the other spaces, right? Like I'm notorious for this. I won't do fucking panel shows. I won't do look. I have my forms of activism. I have the stuff I do in the real world. I have the stuff I do in the digital world. And outside of that, no, I'm not watching the fucking Destiny video. No, I'm not watching the fucking, I'm not watching the panel debate.
So many do. It's crazy.
Yeah. Like that will drive you fucking insane. So if that is your space, if that's what you're engaging in, that's what Nonsense was alluding to or trying to get at was, what do you do? Right.
Yeah. I think I'm fine with the Twitch space as a whole. Like, I don't take these people to heart anymore at this point. I'm like,
smart.
If I have to exist in this space, I'm like, cool. People are dipshits. Cool, whatever. I'll just keep trying to be as right as possible. And
you seem like a really thoughtful dude. I like you. How old are you, Wordy?
22.
You're 22. Have you ever built anything like a physical object in like a physical object in the real world?
A little bit. I'm not necessarily too into carpentry. I've been playing a little bit more video games like in the last few days, like to kind of like fucking be able to handle the existentialism. Like, yeah.
You like gardening? You like growing shit? You a cultivator?
More than anything, I just enjoy human interaction. Like,
yeah. Okay, so here's I'm not. What part of the country are you in, Wordy?
Arkansas.
Okay.
Ooh, nice.
Let me just check something really quickly.
Beautiful country.
I've been getting involved more in my local action, like in the DSA, because I'm like, okay, these guys are not, they're like, okay, in comparison to a lot of different people, they're better for, at least in my small area. They just don't command a whole lot of influence.
Hang on.
I just sometimes I don't want to think.
Okay. So there is at least one Food Not Bombs group operating in Arkansas.
The problem comes is they've kind of fallen off recently.
Really? Well, then congratulations. You now know what you must do.
Are you the leader of an organization, Wordy?
Like this is the thing, is it doesn't take a whole lot to do what Food Not Bombs does. It's not a hierarchical organization. This is why they operate in like 135 countries or something like that, right? Just because the fucking Fort Smith Food Not Bombs or wherever is not operating as heavily these days doesn't mean. Are there any homeless people in and around you somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
Are there?
We were having a quorum council meeting, and we were dealing with like kind of the rent shit, and the council people weren't really like doing a whole lot. They're like, oh, do you not want 10,000? No.
Okay,
like,
so you're an anarchist, right? You consider yourself an anarchist?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then congratulations. You already have all the tools you need, and it doesn't matter. If you feed one person one day, that's it. That's it. You have made a positive change in this world, and you need to start looking at
big deal.
Those microcosmic usages. You don't need a council. You do not need a vanguard. You do not need a hierarchy. You don't need any of this. All you need to do is manage to find the resources through your own volition or help with others. You can fucking dumpster dive. You can pay it out of pocket. You can talk to your friends and fucking say, look, I just need $50. I just want to make like a series of like sandwiches and hand them out one Saturday, right? You can make sure that somebody doesn't go to bed hungry. That's world changing, right? Like you need to like make something with your hands, which is what Nonsense was alluding to. It is different. It matters. At the end of the day, trust me, as somebody who worked IT his entire fucking life, trust me, it matters. To start the day and end the day with like a physical thing in front of you, it makes a world of difference.
It also puts into perspective that purity's never gonna fucking happen.
Yeah. And so like,
but there's still beauty to be had.
Fucking get out there and do something, man. Like that's, and don't look to a fucking DSA council. Fuck the DSA. Can we just fuck the DSA? I'm sorry. I said it.
I wasn't even, it wasn't like a DSA council. It's more like a collection of just like a few people I know.
Then
it's like,
yeah, exactly. Fuck the DSA. I'm sorry. I have nothing but bad opinions of them. I hear occasionally they do something nice for some people, and I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, man, they are irritating. But no, that's what you need to do is like I said, just read some Saul Newman, read Saul Newman's post-anarchism, see if that squares away in your head, but then just put all that shit to the side and go do some direct action. It doesn't have to be grand. It doesn't have to be, oh, I raised $10,000. I'm telling you, if you can scrape together 50, 60, if you can scrape together $100, the amount of sandwiches you can make for $100, dude, $50 worth of sandwiches and then socks and fucking, whatever else is necessary for, sleeping rough, that sort of thing. Like, yeah. Like you can make a huge difference in the world around you. And that is what being an anarchist is about. Yeah. We want to collapse down hierarchies. Yeah. We want to abolish the state. That's a long-term project for anarchists. That's not a thing that happens tomorrow. What anarchists are about is education and direct action. That's what we're about at the end of the day. We're about making sure that the person next to us knows You know that hierarchy, authoritarian stuff is bullshit, right? Yeah, I know. Cool. All right, then let's go feed some people. Let's go make sure that somebody has a roof over their head. Let's go make sure that somebody gets the insulin they need, right? Because that's, at the end of the day, that's what we're about, is because the state is fucking us on that regard, right? And no amount of theory is ever going to fix that. The only thing that will fix that is direct action. So yeah, that's the prescription, is, you know, if you want to sort out your theory, Newman, otherwise, yeah, man, get your head out of the theory for a bit and fucking go do some stuff as an anarchist. Yeah. Don't wait for a council. Don't wait for a fucking group. Just do it and tell others that you're doing it. Let others know that, like, yeah, I'm doing this. And maybe somebody will be interested.
Okay. Totally, too. And when you're out there doing it, I mean, like, keep your eyes open, and maybe you might come to some idea of some like totally different way that will help the people that are around you in a way that is specific to these people. And it might be a beautiful thing. And it's wonderful when you can do that.
Yeah. I mean, that's praxis, right? It's theory put into action and then reflected upon. You've got more than enough theory, I think, at this point. You need to put...
I don't even know how, like, it's just like, I was just like, and I'm just like trying to make my own framework, and then I accidentally just delve down to these fucking rabbit holes.
Yeah, you need to make a sandwich, man.
Just stay practical.
Yeah.
Practical is a big deal.
Like, I'm a contender. Like, this is a point of contention for me. We have spent a good portion of tonight actually talking about, like, philosophical topics, like, long before you arrived even. Like, it's been philosophical tonight. But I am of the opinion that if a discussion ends up in philosophy, you've already lost. The point's over. Like, you're just doing an intellectual circle jerk at that point. There's no point in it. It's just a masturbatory exercise at the end of the day, because you've got the tools you need already. You know it. I know it. Everybody here knows it. Go do some good. And tell others when you're doing good, because you'd be surprised how much that inspires people.
Okay. I'll try and keep that in mind. I just need to fucking go sleep at this point. Because my brain is like, just needs to shut down for a couple hours.
Yeah. Go sleep.
All right. I appreciate it. I just needed like somebody to like, who at least can like sympathize, because unfortunately, as much as I like the people around me, it's just like a lot of them are just like at least existing on some sympathetic framework. There's just like stuff I'm like, huh.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to talk another time, by all means, doors open. Like, you know, happy to help.
Hey, yeah. You have a good night.
You as well, Wordy.
Thank you.
Good
very
luck,
much.
Wordy.
Yeah.
Rest well.
Just, yeah. Anyways, bye.
Bye. Yeah.
Nice fella.
Yeah. He hit me up the other day, and it was like, hey, I'm having an anarchist existential crisis. Can you help? And so, yeah.
I like it. I like him. I'm rooting for him. I'm on Team Wordy.
This is the thing. When theory heads end up too fucking, dude, you get stun locked. And it's like, well, what about, and this and that, and like that is the one admirable thing. All right, Solarial. I don't know how much I'll get there, but we'll see. He doesn't realize that he's one of the most educated activists to ever live yet. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is like, you
legit cat.
You just got to go fucking make a sandwich. Right? Like, that's I honestly, like, yeah, the alliteration of serve soup works better, but I'm sorry. It's fucking, nobody's, like, only Food Not Bombs is out there serving soup, right? Most people just make a sandwich, right? It's the anarchist version of touch grass.
Yeah, it could be something totally. Maybe you'll find something totally off the wall too. Maybe it's something like so specific, like no fucking rules. Fuck the rules.
Yeah, like
just you got a level of decency. You're trying to make the world a better place. Just fucking do it.
Yeah, and that's the sort of like that's where I that's why I'm super thankful I came at it from direct action side. Is because like the schooling that I required as an anarchist, like in the street, is look, you know, this isn't the time to discuss theory, is it? Shit's going down. Act now. Act decisively. Right? Like it's a different set of lessons that you learn, and it becomes muscle memory. And so you throw the theory headed shit on top of that, and it's great. I can discuss theory, and I can discuss where the directionality of some of these philosophies may lead us and the ramifications of them at a, you know, interpersonal level. But at the end of the day, motherfucker, go make a sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, and like, you know, theory is fun. It's fun to talk about. It's a good intellectual exercise. You know, people need to fucking branch out. You know, and it's beautiful for it. You know, having those philosophical discussions are good. You know, but if you're trying to solve like a practical problem by talking about something way over the hill and off in the distance and some pure idea of like what something should be, then everything is fucked. It's like it's just like I thought it's like it's a fucking terrible thing to waste time. Don't fucking do it.
I just it's. I said fucking that's. Hopefully Newman will help him sort out his theory existential portion, but I think he needs to make something tangible, which is a sandwich, and then he needs to help someone with the thing he makes. That will help. It will help. That's what good is it? What can I do in this world? Fucking hand somebody who is starving, who doesn't know where their next meal is coming from, food. Look them in the face, look them in the eyes, and tell me that doesn't make a difference. Sorry.
I think experience is the best thing to get over the purity thing. You know, just in general. Just doing anything, seeing all the problems that come up all the time, just trying to get to a better place, and then it's like, okay, this thing wasn't perfect. It didn't go down perfect. Some fucking dipshit who is analyzing this will see that something perfect didn't happen, and they'll make some sarcastic comment on Twitter, and it'll make me look like an asshole. Well, fuck them. It's you're trying to reach an end. You go do your thing. Anybody who tries anything is making themselves a target. Just grow a thick skin and fucking do the thing.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here, Rumble, and say you do. Rumble asked, "Do I have to help someone to be an anarchist?" Serious question. Yeah. You're included in that, by the way. You're someone, right? Like that's perfectly valid. But I do think you do. I think if it's the equivalent of Game of Thrones or some shit in your head, right? Like if it's just a fairy tale that you've told yourself, then what good is it? It's a lens of analysis and a mode of operation in this world. If you don't use it, are you actually it, right? Like if you don't live your life by the teachings of the Bible, are you a Christian? I mean, modern fucking American Christians would probably say yes. I would beg to differ on that point. You have to do it to be it.
Yeah, not just helping anybody. Don't help Nancy Pelosi or Joe Biden do whatever the fuck they're trying to do. Like, help people, be more free.
What I meant to say was, do I have to help someone else to be an anarchist? And I know that makes me sound completely selfish. I mean, the ego is to be fine with that. Fucking Sterner is to be fine with that, no problem. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're an element of this society. You're a portion of this power dynamic, right? Like, you're going to interact one way or the other. You're not you're not an island, man. So you, in one way or another, you're going to end up sharing and engaging. So just apply anarchistic principles and in a lens of analysis where you can for that. And, like that's, and as Cap just pointed out, it should be popping up on screen here soon. Yeah, not much help if you're starving on the street too. So yeah, it's you can be an anarchist and like, but you got to do something with it. I do believe that. I'm not big on purity tests. I run very few of them. You can't be a capitalist. Like we're all subject to capitalism, but at the end of the day, like if you're like, yeah, capitalism is the answer. Like if you're one of those people, you can't be an anarchist, right? And you have to do something with it. Even if it's teach somebody else it. That's fine. But you have
don't cooperate with bullshit. That's the biggest deal for me. Don't cooperate with bullshit.
No, Rumble, it's not a silly question. It's a perfectly valid question. Fucking Zippy. Scott! Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I will go toe-to-toe with Scott any day of the week. He knows it. I'm sorry. Fucking Rothbard was an asshole who co-opted a term inorganically in order to provide political cover for his shit position. Can't be an anarchist and be a capitalist. It's just not a thing you can do. So, yeah, it's just the way it goes. Sorry, Scott.
But what if your business produces communism? I'm just kidding.
my business is producing communism. Yeah, like how hard is it to help people?
That Schumpeter book was so crazy because it's like the last great achievement.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, you actually read the Schumpeter book?
I listened to it and it was like the first part. It was so childish, where it's like it's sort of like. It was basically saying that, China is communist countries and everything, but this was like, but then it's like criticizing at the same time. And then at the end, it's like the last great achievement of capitalism will be communism. It'll make the good communism. I'm like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that.
That implies there's a good and bad kind of communism, to be honest.
Beastical. I sell communism and communism accessories. So you're a dengist. Okay, gotcha. Fucking there's a deep cut for fucking like political nerds if there ever was.
Boss is asking someone if they have food dumpsters outside their factory. Original Fanta from Germany, 1940 something intensifies.
Yeah, I do. I hope, like, I can't wait to, like, I hope Wordy follows our advice first off, because it sounds like he needs to. And second, I look forward to hearing what he does. Right? Like, it's difficult. I find a lot of the people who engage in these theory spaces have, how do I put this without insulting?
I think it's okay to insult.
A lot of the people that I see engaging in online political spaces have personality traits or behavior patterns that do not lend themselves well to outgoing, engaging style action, right? Like they tend not to be the people who are like, I'm going to fucking make some sandwiches and go out on the street and walk around looking for homeless people and engage in conversation with them and hand them things they want and or need.
I mean, I don't feel like calling them antisocial. Is that
that's
an insult?
Well, I mean, antisocial in modern psychology carries a different connotation. That's why I would avoid using antisocial.
I don't know what the hint is then, because I'm terrible at cues.
Antisocial personality is like what is
destructive.
Yeah, it's an umbrella term for sociopathy, psychopathy, and Machiavellianism now.
Yeah.
So the dark triad falls under antisocial personality disorder.
The dark triad.
Yeah, so like I would lean away from using antisocial. It doesn't carry the diagnostic connotation that you like introverted carries. Like, I don't like dealing with people. Like, no, that's not what antisocial means.
Non-social would probably be a better descriptor for that.
Non-social. Yeah. As for Wordy, I think I had said in the chat or something, but Wordy is honestly all right. I remember Wordy from Samantha Banana's Discord, and he was one of the less insufferable people that I actually kind of enjoyed seeing, like, in debates or whatever. So I lend more credence to him than a lot of other people in here that I or in there that I can't speak for.
Buddhist said, I can attest to that. My late teens were exactly as you just described, and I was basically a theory head. Yeah, I don't see them doing that, right? Like, it takes a different personality type a lot of the time to engage in the stuff that anarchists need to engage in. And that's why I have such love for people like Kaiser. I don't know if you're still here, Kaiser, or not, but, like, I adore people like Kaiser that, like, he knows some theory. He knows some historical references. Hey, Kaiser. But you know how Kaiser came to be an anarchist? By fucking getting his hands dirty.
Hey, Lama.
Yeah. That's how Kaiser came to be an anarchist, is by being an anarchist. And so, yeah, you throw some theory on top of that and you're good to go. Because it takes a personality type to, like, get out there and do it. Return to pirate. Yeah, basically. It took a lot to push my boundaries and grow as a human being to the point I'm at now. Far from perfect, but every day is a chance to be better. Exactly, Buddhist. You guys are ego boost.
I feel like that's one of, like, the cursors to, like, any form of anarchy whatsoever, is understanding you can improve the self. Am I wrong about that?
I mean,
I think there's a truth to that.
I would macro it more. I'd go so far as to say that it's not a precursor to anarchism. I'd say it's a precursor to a whole host of things outside of maybe Burkean conservatism.
Okay, to be fair, if there's anything the past 4 years in America has taught us, it's that you don't have to make effort to be certain ideologies.
Well, but that's why I said Burkean conservatism. Right? Like, even dominionism, which argues for a biblical interpretation of law and governance, right, is striving to change and, in their worldview, improve things, right? Like, there's always a better, like, even dominionism of all things is in the same category.
Aren't those the folks who are trying to bring about the end of the world?
Yes.
And make it ready for Christ's return. Okay.
Yeah.
So the Bush guys.
Yeah. They're crazy as fuck. So yeah, like, that's, even dominionism would fall on that side of the aisle with it. I'd say, like, that's a very big camp that feels that way, I would imagine, or acts that way. There's relatively few that are truly static in that regard. And yeah, like, Burkean conservatives, I basically would throw under the bus on that one, though, for sure. Like, no change ever.
On the topic of, like, conservatives, Kai, one of the things I was thinking about when I first joined this BC is when you were talking, when you made a quip joke about, like, capitalism and the bourgeoisie is causing my communism, something down that path. The first thing I thought is, I wonder what someone like McCarthy's reaction would be if someone told McCarthy that back when McCarthy was relevant.
I mean, I think McCarthy got a fucking hard on anytime anybody said the word communism.
Yeah, but just in general, it's just like the idea of that, just like the bourgeoisie and capitalism of America is causing communism in our country. Well, McCarthy would have an aneurysm.
I don't think McCarthy could have been receptive on that level. But I doubt McCarthy would have been open to somebody sitting him down and explaining to him Marxian critiques of capitalism and how that the internal, the turning inwardly that capitalism does inevitably upon itself would lead to a potential or possible rise of socialistic or communistic tendencies abroad and internally, and that the best way to mitigate the socialistic and communistic tendencies arising would be to strap capitalism to the floor as best you can and highly, highly regulate it. Like, I mean, that I don't think McCarthy would have been down for that conversation. But, I mean, that's the tact that you would have to take. And like I said, I highly doubt he would have been open to that conversation.
You're talking about the McCarthyism McCarthy?
Yes.
Yep.
As in
Yeah, he's the definition of a bad actor. He doesn't actually give a fuck about anything. He's just he's just an instrument who's a heroin addict and a total piece of shit.
Him and fucking
Wow, everyone was at the
him
time.
and
He's just an instrument for capitalists.
him
is
and
all he is.
Dulles and McCarran and fucking yeah.
I meant in
He's
general,
not-
like
he-
it's sorry for interrupting. Like just in general, like drug addiction was like pretty much a bipartisan issue because JFK, if I remember correctly, was on the Democratic side at the time, and he was very much addicted to drugs as well. So I feel like it was just a part of the era.
I mean,
and the ladies.
I mean, he took them, but he did it because he had like multiple childhood conditions, colitis, prostatitis, and Addison's disease combined. And so, yeah, he did take steroids. He did take what would basically be codeine, and he did take for all intents and purposes, meth, because of the energy deficit caused by the Addisons. And so, like, yeah, I mean, he was on a cocktail, but it wasn't like recreational. He was fucked from childhood. That's the reason JFK always had a tan. It's because of Addison's.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was always golden brown, but that was because of his Addison's disease. And so, yeah, he had a whole host of issues that he was medicated for. He had, at one point, I think he was up to 10 or 12 simultaneous, like, heavy medications.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, JFK was above board with his stuff. McCarthy sipping lean. Yeah, let's see. All right. Yeah.
I thought I mentioned that. It's actually really funny, though.
Sipping on gin.
He's just reminded the other day that McCarthy actually had a special hearing for J. Robert Oppenheimer and then ripped his Q level clearance away from him because of like all of the Oppenheimer's wife had like she was like involved with some communist organization, and I totally forgot all about that.
Just sounds like McCarthy being a absolute biased monster, but
yeah, he's a piece of shit. He's a guy there's no reason to have a conversation with him. He's just out there to bank. He just doesn't give a shit. He's a fucking sociopath.
He was
Mortal Kombat just fight scene in as Yuri Bezmenov versus McCarthy.
Oppenheimer was actually, he ended up getting blacklisted for opposing the hydrogen bomb.
What Oppenheimer did.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He
What?
Truman.
Bullshit.
Yeah, you know, that's
No, that was Tellers. The H bomb was Tellers.
Yeah.
Well, no, I believe you. It's just like
Truman approached Oppenheimer to create the hydrogen bomb in 48, 49, 50, something like that. Fuck if I remember. And he resisted. And he ended up, like, he lost his job during the McCarthy era. They stripped him of his commission. They cited his opposition to the H-bomb as well as, of course, purported communist ties, both through himself and his wife. And yeah, like, but it's well known. Oppenheimer's opposition to creating a hydrogen bomb basically got him blacklisted by the United States government, and McCarthy seized upon the opportunity.
Well, yeah, the reason I think it's bullshit is like, and I mean bullshit in a very specific sense. It's not bullshit as in I think you're lying because I believe you. It's bullshit in the other phrase of the word, because there were plenty of people that opposed the hydrogen bomb. Like Einstein did too. I think Einstein was like approached somewhat too to like an indirect agree, and Einstein was like, "No fucking way."
Yeah, but
no.
Einstein didn't build
Oppenheimer's.
things.
Yeah, Oppenheimer's the guy who built them.
Yeah. Einstein provides the fucking equation on the wall. Oppenheimer runs the team that gets you a bomb.
Yeah.
There's a world of difference between those two people. And one of them is, thanks Einstein, you did what we need you to do. Good on you. Fuck off. Oppenheimer, we still have work for you to do.
really hardcore back then for what it's worth, because I feel like if the same event happened now when things are a little more quieted down, they probably would have just transferred Oppenheimer to, like, I don't know, Skunk Works or something.
Skeptic, yes. Oppenheimer infamously said, "I have become death, destroyer of worlds."
Yeah, on television, the clip's great. He's like his eyes are watering when he says it.
It is one of the that quote like literally resonates in my mind from time to time. I'll just be sitting there and like there's a dude who helped bring in the atomic bomb into this world. He's the father of it for all intents and purposes.
And he was twisted over it.
And
but he's like, it has to be done because these guys are fucking crazy.
He bore that weight on his soul. And there's a moment that you can hear him express it to the world. And it's one of the most staggering human moments to hear Oppenheimer say, "I have become death, destroyer of worlds." And he knows what that means. He's fully aware, more than probably anybody else at that time, what the weight of those words meant. And yeah, like he has that moment and he admits it for us all to hear, to resonate through history. It's one of the heaviest moments that human beings have ever documented.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I can lend credence to what happened after that, like, justified the invention of the atomic bomb. But one thing I want to sort of ask in the same vein is there's a lot of people who advocate that making the atomic bomb and even going through Little Boy and Fat Man was the right decision solely based on the fact that the alternative was a US-based invasion into Japan in a conflict with the Imperial Army at the time that would have resulted in, like, instead of like 150,000 deaths or something therein, it would have resulted in like 2 million. Is there any validity to that historically, or are people bringing that up in like bad faith?
No, I mean, he was conflicted, but he was very much in the, like, we have to do this, but we shouldn't do this camp.
Yeah. Yeah, the big deal before that was the Germans being a threat of actually getting it themselves.
Dude, it was a race.
Because German science was awesome. I mean, we actually, it was pretty smart of us to do Operation Paperclip, actually.
It was a race. Like it was a fucking horse race to the finish. If Germans got there first, they'd have fucking glassed Europe. Straight up.
Yeah.
Like that they would have used it. They would have used it without hesitation. And so, yeah, no, Oppenheimer was, I mean, literally a genius of epic scale, right? Like, you know, yeah, like as far as like theoretical physics go, like Einstein.
And experimental, he's an awesome experimentalist. He could make it fucking happen. He's fucking genius. Oppenheimer.
Astronomy, general relativity, nuclear physics, quantum field theory, like literally this dude, the amount that this man understood about the like nature of reality and how to bend it to his will is terrifying when you look at his collective works. He was a genius on scale that most of us can't even begin to comprehend. And yeah, like I honestly, he's fucking,
And he did it because the Nazis were a legit fucking threat. I mean, that's a legit fucking threat. People like always freak out about, you know, North Korea or Iran or whatever. No, the Germans were a literal huge fucking threat, and that's why he did it. And even though he was conflicted over it.
Yeah. He and somebody asked, it was Skeptic that asked, where did he identify politically? Oppenheimer donated money. This is okay. So he wasn't very open about his politics, as any smart scientist would be of the era, right?
Of any era.
Yeah.
That's your funding.
Yeah.
You shut the fuck up is what you do.
But we do know that he donated to and supported a number of progressive causes that later we would identify as left-wing causes. He never openly joined the Communist Party of the USA, but he did pass money by way of acquaintances.
His political party was murder. Jesus. All right. That's one way to say it.
So, he was a lefty, like many of those. I mean, Einstein was a socialist. Most of that crew were left wing. Like, that's straight up. Like, yeah, Oppenheimer played it pretty close to the vest most of the time. But yeah, we do know that a number of his donations went to places that we would identify in the modern sense as leftist ideas, or progressive at the very least.
One thing that the talk about Oppenheimer's works made me kind of remember is something that I've thought about to some extent for a while, which is like whenever you have super high level theoretical physics or quantum physics or really anything of that nature, even special relativity, anything of that, it's written in such a way where the layman can't understand it. And I'm not going to say that it's simple, because none of that shit is simple. But I do think that it's worth it to some extent to try and boil it down in such a manner that you can have the common citizenship understand it from a layman perspective. There's a quote about that I'm trying to dig up out of the back of my brain, which is that if you can teach a subject to a 5-year-old, then that means you can actually digest and understand what you're trying to teach.
Yeah, I actually think Einstein might have been the one that said that. And you're right. Like, a lot of that is technical speak. There's a reason why it's written like that, so other theoretical physicists and scientists can understand it. But you'd be happy to know that Albert Einstein wrote a book himself called Relativity, which is actually very, very well written for like a general audience. It's actually a delight to read. Should be a fucking kid's book.
Oh, and it's what people don't... Most academic spaces don't do that to keep out the layman. They do that because it's a shorthand for people who work in that field, right? Like, yes. I don't have time to explain ac-sin-ac and a three-way handshake to every single fucking person, but to somebody in IT, I can just say TCP. And they understand that it's transfer control protocol, and they understand which layer of the OSI layer it belongs in, and they understand the three-way handshake process. They understand data packets, data packet construction. I don't need to do that. And so it's a shorthand. That's what that stuff is. It's symbolic.
Then the
that's the
question falls to
function.
something else, I suppose, in that scenario, Kai, which is that, like, I think there's a difference between something akin to computer science versus something akin to high-level theoretical physics, which is that with the computer science model, there is, to some extent, a clear path of learning, like different levels you can take, and they're just kind of out in the open. So if you were to ask someone on the street, like, hey, what's the natural path to get all the way up to studying theoretical physics? They're gonna be like, I don't fucking know, algebra. like there's
certainly part of a lot of math, math, and a lot of natural science, and a lot of physics.
I would say your underlying supposition is flawed, because I'll pull a man off the street and ask him what it takes to be, a fucking computer scientist or a high level IT consultant or a fucking, information security analyst, and they'd be like, what's the career, like, what's the education path for that?
Oh, well, yeah, maybe I misworded it then. I mean it more in the sense of, like, it's hard to explore one versus the other.
Honestly, I've known physicists whose brains were just wired for it that couldn't fucking they wouldn't be able to tell you how to, like, change a card in their own computer. Like, this is just, honestly, I think you're mythologizing or putting on a pedestal theoretical physicists to a certain extent. Like, there's a clear path, but I mean, to the lay person, most of high level stuff is a little bit beyond. Like, how does one become a PhD philosopher? Like, what does a forensic anthropologist's career path look like? Those sorts of elements of academia are hidden unless you explore them. And there's no reason for most people to explore them. So of course there's a level of ignorance amongst the layperson surrounding it. But if you talk to somebody in, you know, a mathematics department at a university, even though they're not physicists, they'd know the pathway, right? They'd be familiar with it. They'd be like, oh yeah, you know, you're probably going to need this, this, and this. And then, you know, you transfer over there and you go to do that. But yeah, it's just the layperson doesn't need that information. So why would they have it?
Well, by default, yes, I agree.
The fuck is dialectical synthesis. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. This is the Kantian interpretation of Hegelian dialectics. And yeah, Rumble, Bohm was a fucking open, like, communist, right? Like, Bohm was straight up, like, blackballed there for a while, wasn't he? Because he was just, like, open about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, jargon exists, so we don't have to detail the entire fucking field to have a simple conversation within the space. Yeah, like that's just the function of it. Is it's not there for the layperson. It's there for the person who works in that space, and it's just a compression.
Yeah, shorthand is the best way to put it, because it's like if you're writing a story and you introduce the dog as a character, imagine how annoying it would be to explain what the fuck a dog is every time you do that, you know?
Yeah. Just, there's a reason it exists, and there's definitely space, and there's those videos on YouTube even that what the fuck is a dog, says Wilhelm. There's those videos on YouTube that do like the explaining quantum physics at a like 5-year-old fucking 10-year-old fucking high school college graduate sort of level thing. Like there are people that specialize in doing that style of education. That like, yeah, I can explain this at a postgraduate level, or I can explain it to a fucking an elementary school student.
Thank God the world is getting better at that too, because forever, holy shit, anytime I saw anything covered by a journalist, anything scientific, it would always be so fucked.
Wow, yeah, it's because it's. I'll put out a potentially unwanted take depending on who it's given to, but I think part of it stems from the fact that it is very hard to sensationalize pure science in ways where science.
The point is to not do that. That's the point of science.
Yeah, science exists not to be sensationalized, but people are going to do it anyway because people are assholes. But
they're going to extrapolate. They're going to be like, "Oh, they found this fossil. This is what it means to you and who you are."
So there we go. I just found him. Wired does those videos. Theoretical physicist Sean Carroll, PhD, explains dimensions in 5 levels of difficulty: child, teen, college student, grad student, and expert. And then they have like quantum computing expert, Dr. Talia Gershon of IBM. There's the senior manager of quantum research at IBM. Not a small position, doing the same. Like, yeah.
In this, for this specific case, I'm in agreement with you. It should be noted for a more broader extent, though, that Wired is a mixed bag, and they have reused and recycled content in secret without telling anybody.
I don't care. I reuse content all the time.
What really pisses me off is just like normal mainstream news presenting everything at a middle school or less level, including like emotional.
Fifth grade.
Fucking terrible.
Yeah, 5th grade. That's the style writing guide usually.
But emotionally too. Yeah. But emotionally too.
Yeah,
that's what fucking pisses me off.
Someone mentioned earlier, I forget where, but have to look for where they said it. Someone made a reference to like dialectical synthesis, and I was confused at why I recognized that, but didn't know what it meant. And then I remembered for like the past 2 or 3 days, I've just been on a stint of like trying to digest Slavoj Žižek. Like, that man is a fucking wacko, but in a good way. Like, I
love him. He's so funny. Yeah. He's
Um,
hilarious.
We do have. Hold on.
I hate life.
There you go.
Yeah.
But, you know, other than that, yeah, there's, I, you know, yeah.
Yeah.
He loves Lacan too. Lacan. Is it Lacan, Lacan, or Lacan?
Oh, I mean, technically. Wait, Fertouche, you still here? We got fucking native French speakers in the community, for fuck's sake. Like,
I will be right back. I'm gonna do something. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes.
Lacan, says Wilhelm.
It's Lacan? I haven't heard that. Lacan? L.A. Kane?
Lacan.
Lacan. I just love watching it on stream and fucking goofing off about it, and then going out in the real world and just like mentioning the shit just like it's normal everyday shit.
Yeah,
just getting people's reactions.
Proudhon. Yeah, I lean into Proudhon's name. Proudhon. That's a fun one to do. And Foucault. Yeah, but Proudhon, I know, right?
Today, this girl I didn't even know asked me where something was, and I go, "What your problem is that essentially we're all nothings, right? And then what we do is we construct these ideas." And I went all the way through it, and then like at first she seemed like a little confused, but then she seemed really interested, and she's like, "I've never heard such a thing," and I'm like, "Oh, it's Lacan." And I'm like, "It's over there."
It's over there. It's actually pronounced cocaine, says Kaiser. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Kaiser. Thank you. Oh, all right. I think that's the end. That's the end of the run, folks. That's the end of the run. I need to do.
Thanks for having me on, man.
It's always fun to have a chat with you, man. We're gonna raid over to Mitre. That's where I'm gonna raid into because he's on the air right now. Just FYI, leave the fucking dude. Mitre is making music or fucking talking comedy or some shit like that. Leave the politics and the philosophy like here. Leave it at the door.
If you don't know Mitre, he's a lot of fun. He's a fucking great guy. I love Mitre.
Yeah. Mitre is one of the OGs. Like he predates all y'all. there's I don't know. Cat's got to be here for fucking Nonsense was the only other like OG. Like that's yeah. Yeah, but we're gonna go right over to Mitre and say hi to him. So he's good people. Be nice to him. Either way, tomorrow, Thursday, night show. We're getting closer to Bad Movie Night though. I love Bad Movie Night. Either way, I hope you guys as well as you can be. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for, spending time with me. Dude, time's a motherfucker. And y'all just spent some with me. So I thank you for that. Either way, let's go say hi to Mitre. Catch y'all later.